Hello everyone, howdy. I have to say, the difference in quality between oh, also, hold on, 1 second. I think things are a little crazy. I might have a little too much going on. 1 minute. Alright, I had to make some adjustments. I think we are doing better now. Alright, hold on, let me scooch over. I was gonna say now, the difference between the starting music and the game music is crazy. Alright, here we go. Hi, Negligence! Hello, everyone, though. Welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. Sorry, I'm pulling up the game now. 1 second. But hello, everyone. I hope you're doing swell. I don't know what 3 is about. I think 3 is about different characters, to be honest. So I think we will not be participating in the murder of our previous friend. I think this game is 2 completely new characters, as far as I know. So I think it's not going to be either of them. Yeah, we're just playing the game right away. We might get up to games later, but I would like to play right away, so we'll see. But today is mostly about Little Nightmares 3. We'll see what we get up to later, but this is the priority. All right. I've seen nothing on this. I haven't even watched a trailer, so all new. I've seen mixed reviews, though. A lot of people seem not happy about this game, so we'll see how it goes. I'm not like a diehard Little Nightmares fan, though, so I'm like, you know, I might just be fine with it. Oh, the comic to analyze the lore. Yeah, that's so fair. Because I do wonder if, like, it seems like the lore is very, vague or minimal. Oh. We gotta go with a burb. A beak. Pointy beak character. Could be Toll. Could be a number of burbs. I know a few burbs, to be honest. Burb's pretty common thing. Which, fair enough, a lot of burbs, a lot of burb choices, to be honest. Hella burb choices. Please actually don't Google the names. I would like to find stuff out on my own via the game. I mean, you can Google, but please don't share. I like to find things out through the game. That's why I'll usually only look up lore after a game. I usually like to try and play a game for, like, the full experience intended blind into a game. And then afterwards, if I'm not sure, then I'm like, okay, time to hit that wiki page. Yo, another friend! Hopefully they won't betray us. This is actually just my to-do list that I just pulled out. He's like, ah, fuck, dude. I'm in this miserable place, and I still have to file my taxes. Also, 1 second, let me check. Wow, Boyd, what a nice intro. Also, hello, welcome on in though. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're doing swell. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Ah, so many faces. To be honest, I wasn't sure. This is usually not our time on weekdays, so I was like, I don't know, man. Yeet. Easy, easy throw. I was the quarterback on my team. I say my team, I don't even emphasize which one. Yeet, you can make that jump, don't be scared. You specifically hold it, dude, you're gonna get sick. You're gonna get sick. Boyd. Yeah, this one and the last one are both co-op games. 1 is a solo game, 2 and 3, from my understanding, both co-op. Yo, that man got way too drunk last night. That's crazy. Oh, our little footprints in the sand. It's giving me Journey vibes. Oh, I love Journey so much. That is a very cute game. If anyone hasn't played it, highly recommend watching a playthrough or playing it yourself. It's pretty cheap, so you can probably find it pretty cheap. If you have a PlayStation, that is. It's a PlayStation exclusive. Big sad. It's funny because, like, I don't play a lot of console games anymore, console exclusives, but a lot of my favorite games are or were PlayStation exclusives.
You're my friends now. We're having soft tacos later.
Hi, Rhythm. Welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're doing swell. Hello. Also, thank you so much for that resub. 21 months is crazy. Officially old enough to drink. Officially old enough to drink. That's wild. Toll and wrench. That's funny. Thanks for the check-in. Oh, I hope everyone's having a good Friday, or if it's Saturday for you already, I hope your Saturday is off to a good start. Yo, nothing but net in the back. Also, this game kind of intensive. That's why I was struggling a little bit in the beginning. I started up not thinking. We've had, like, no quality issues with most games we play. So I was like, yeah, whatever. Start up Little Nightmares, especially with 1 and 2. I was like, start up at the highest settings, you know. And it defaulted to highest settings, but was like, oh, but you're streaming though, so maybe tone it down a little bit. I was like, I should, dude. I wasn't expecting that, but the visual's very good, so I could see it. Yo, can you hit this with your wrench? Ah, Q. Yo, bash that shit in. Oh, maybe I should have been the wrench. What do I get? I just got this cape, dude. I just got this cape that's flaring in the wind, dude. I'm any of the Akatsuki in Naruto when they're in a fight. And they're like, let me aura farm. Let me get my wind, my robe going. In the wind, dude. Okay. That's a hole. That's a burb. I feel like we're not gonna be able to trust the burbs, to be honest. I can get up here. Okay, not too far though. What is this? Oh, I just took it. Okay. I think that's dead end. Alright, I think we gotta do some push and pull in here. Yeah. Okay. I can't tell if that guy's a statue or not, maybe? With a bird on it? Yeah, there's a lot going on in this area. What are their super secret powers? We don't know yet. One person's got a wrench, that's it. I mean, 6 didn't really have anything crazy. She was just eating people, right? And the other dude had TV powers. So, yo, Best of Friendo, can you boost me? Best of Friendo, give me uppies. Oh, hell. Oh, wait. Okay, they will not give us uppies. Oh, yeah, I guess at the end, yeah, they do. I forgot. You play most of that game with no anything happening for a while. Alright, best of friendo. What are we doing here? You see some scissors up there? I see a burb. It says to look around, but like the camera's really not moving that much. That's so funny. I wonder if it's maybe because of the size of my TV or my monitor. I feel like we definitely need to get up on this box, but I'm guessing this box needs to drop first. I can see that it's like tattered. What do I have any cool powers? Oh! I see! Okay, I have a bow. There we go. Sick. Ooh, no, put that away for now. So it seems like they have tools more than powers. Push it. Push it. Why no push? Am I just... okay. Man. I really have to say, these games are like, hey, these are made for a controller. Play with a controller. Accurate. Fuck, dude. But not because a controller is ideal, but because I feel like the keys just don't work half the time. I don't know if it's like a weird input issue for these games, but these games are like, I don't know, inconsistent, it feels like, with how often things work the way they should. And in my defense, I tried to play with a controller, and the second one pretended I had no controller plugged in. So I was like, okay, never mind then. Got it. Nice. Alright. Big-ass bugs. Beetles. Oh, that reminds me of, what was that Kabuto Park we played, I think? Where you collect the beetles and then you have them bug battle? That was a cute game. That game was so wholesome. I think that game came out, but I don't think I played it since the demo. Oh, yeah, do something over here, I guess. Ah, I see. Okay, okay. Yeet. Yeah, they look very statuesque, which is interesting. Oh, hold on. What the fuck was that? Sounds not great. Anyways. Anyways, we'll be going now. Okay. Oh, this is a lot of... these are piles of feathers. I didn't realize that's what those all were. Just piles. They killing burbs here, maybe? I mean, burbs dead in cages, so maybe. I feel like they kill everything in all of the Little Nightmares games. Anything's up for grabs to be murdered. Interesting. Oh, there we go. Alright, that's as far as we're going. Alright. Best friend is going to help out. Just hanging out on the elevator, you know, just waiting. Oh! The angles give me more than anything in this game. I'm always like, yeah, we're fine. We're so fine. Splat. Splat. Neck break. Wrong way. Wrong way. Take it back now, y'all. Flip and reverse it. Okay, there we go. Also, for all the Naruto fans, not that it matters, I understand it's a fictional character, but today's Naruto's birthday, dude. Happy birthday to the best boy, dude. Happy birthday to the absolute GOAT. I have decided I am going to go get ramen for dinner. Because that just feels very wholesomely appropriate. Where are we going? This way? I feel like I could drop down there, but... Is that a good choice? We need a key, right? Where's the key at? We probably can pull these off. Yeah. Okay, that's what I figured. I feel like so often in a video game, if a character's pulling something, they'll fall... Once they pull it off, they'll fall back. It's like such a classic movement bit. Oh. Sorry, burbs. I hate to be mean, but... I had to scare him off, you know? Get him out. Shoo, burb. Get out of here. Okay, now I think we can drop down. Just a boop. And then a boop. It feels weird that all these doors, for the most part, are locked kind of from the inside, right? Yeah, this feels like this would be the outside. Oh, the quick grab before it closes. Holy fuck! That's one big bitch, dude. Just run, my guy. Just run away. Let me out! Let me out! That's huge compared to us. Like, everyone's compared to the little guys, but that's massive compared to us. Am I hallucinating? Yes, we all are. This is a collective shared hallucination. Also, hi Seals, welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're doing swell. Hello. Pull! Jump scare. Oh! Little flower umbrellas? So cute. Oh, I was hoping we were gonna Mary Poppins it right away. Oh, not it? Okay. I see some stairs over here, I think. I know, to be honest, I think we'll be doing more early streams. My schedule's different now. So, I'm glad you get a stream. I'm glad I get to hopefully be mildly entertaining while you work. Oh, that was not the way to Mary Poppins. But hello, howdy though. I hope work's going well. Hope it's treating you swell. Alright. Yo, dab me up, my boy. Oh, there's a little wind current over here, I see. Okay, we still have to do all the things, though, and pretend we haven't done the thing yet. It's, like, funny I saw it earlier, but I definitely did not actually, like, really track it. Oh, those are bird legs with feathers, actually, not flowers. That is so cursed. Those are bird... Ugh. Ugh. Disgusting. Mary Poppins away! Oh, wait, we got this? Am I not Mary Poppinsings enough? Oh, why did... Do you have to, like, stay within it? Why am I falling again? Weird. Okay. I don't know why I just didn't go up the first few times. Yo, if I think of Umbrella, I just think of that performance with, what's his name? Can we just jump on this? Fucking, the dude from Spider-Man. The lip sync. So good, so good. Tom Holland, that's what his name is. Yo, shout out to Tom Holland and Zendaya. They seem like they have a really cute, relationship together, to be honest. I feel like this is not working. Can I jump off something for a bigger yum? Nope. Do we have to time it? If this is a timing thing, this would be a nightmare. Unshout out Tom Holland. What the heck? That's not his fault that someone used the name for him, dude. That's not on him. Double shout out Tom Holland. Okay, what are we doing here? This is dumb. That's Hollywood, baby. Oh, to be honest, I don't think I ever think about Ed Sheeran. I forget that Ed Sheeran as a person exists. Which is crazy, though, because, like, some people love that man's music. Okay, what the fuck is... They went up there and started yumping immediately, so I assume this is right. But, like... Can you come over here? Come over here. Come out here. Do we just get really pissed it off enough? Oh, there we go. Okay, we just need to jump 70 times. Yo, thanks for the shout out for myself. Oh, whoops. That's what happens when I enjoy the few times you guys compliment me once in a blue moon or say a nice thing. I die in the game. And then I die in real life. It's Log Horizon. Hack. What's the other one? Sword Art Online. And then the Frankie Muniz movie called Stay Alive. Bro, come on. Bro. Why is this not? There we go. I'm fucking mashing the spacebar. Oh, we haven't held hands with our best friend yet, though. We gotta do that soon. Oh, fuck. I thought it was the camera angle always turns. Oh, I wasn't ready. Besto friendo. Hold my hand. Can we hold hands? Do we know each other like that yet? I can't. We are holding hands. So cute. This is just holding hand simulator. I don't think I've heard of either of those things, but yeah, Ed Sheeran, as far as I know, actually has made a lot of songs for a lot of things. A lot of other music artists, too. People don't realize are, like, songs written by him. I think Log Horizon Threat 3, but I'm not sure. I feel like you got this, right? Just bash that shit in. Yeah, let's fucking go! Get it! Fuck him up! Hell yeah. I only watched, I think, like 1.5 of Log Horizon. I've never to date watched Sword Art Online, but I think that's because Sword Art Online got like a little bad / weird later, right? And then Dot Hack I never got into, but Dot Hack is like one of the older ones. That's a throwback. But yeah, I think Log Horizon, that's what I remember too. Log Horizon fell off as well. Also, audio levels? Ooh. Feeling good? Or are we, like, a little loud? They blitz a lot of the story. I feel like that's every anime, right? Like, every anime ever. Where do they want me to go? Oh! I think we're dead. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Every anime that was originally a light novel, probably rough. And that's just book, any, like, light novel, comic book, you know, like genuine just book, like text-only book. A lot of that shit, not as good as the OG material. The sun! VTubers when they go outside, dude. Also, hold on, I'll be right back. I was eating some food. I gotta go put it away. Go grab a snack. Hold the seahorses. Alright, I'm back. Are you holding them? Did you hold them? They get scared if you don't hold them while I'm away. I hope you held the seahorses. No! Also, very true rhythm. I think any media, like movie animation adaptation, adaption. I think it's adaptation, but I always fuck it up. God, the seahorses are loose now and scared. I'll have to hunt them down. But yeah, they just lose usually a lot of what's in the story, and they're like, dumb it down and take out these bits so it's just more entertaining and flashy. No, they hang out with us. They're scared. They're baby seahorses. I've adopted them. I found them off the street, like a Bruce Wayne Batman situation, you know? I have to make sure they don't turn to a life of crime. You don't want to see what criminal seahorses look like. That's spooky. Okay, I don't know what this little plate does. It obviously does something, but... Do we both need to be on it, maybe? No. Yeah, that is true, yes. The male seahorses are the ones that become pregnant. Yeah, fish have a lot of... Oh! I just had to stand up, I guess. Fish have a lot of interesting, like, pregnancy, gender, biology changes. Clownfish, if the mom dies, will become the mom, right? So technically, Finding Nemo's dad should be his mom. Also, it's, like, so crazy that... Oh. Hello? Hold on, I'm dying. That was so weird. I don't know what happened. Oh yeah, I forgot they announced the Legend of Zelda movie too. To be honest, I ignore 90% of live action shit. I don't want it, dude. I've just been disappointed too many times. If other people want to have it and enjoy it, I don't know what those balls were squishing on. There's like boba coming out of this man's brain that I just walked all over. You know, like to each their own. If people want to watch live action and they enjoy it, more power to you. I've just been disappointed and let down by a lot of live action that at this point, yeah, zero expectations. I don't even watch shit anymore. I haven't seen any of the Mario movies. I didn't see Minecraft. I don't know. You could probably watch the last several. It's easier for me to tell you what I have seen of live action than it is to say what I haven't for like when it comes to live action anime, you know, books, TV shows, video games. Well, not TV shows, I guess. Cartoons, maybe you could say. The only Mario movie I'll recognize is that old one from the 80s. No, I'm kidding. Oh fuck, dude. I think I'm gonna have to... Yeah. Yo, we make a great team! I fucking shoot him down. And she fucking smashes him. Oh, but I didn't get that one! Ugh. Yeah, I think that is the one rhythm. I actually haven't seen the old Mario one. I've just heard about it a lot. Oh, Hollywood will absolutely ruin a silent protagonist. 100%. I heard Mario wasn't bad. I just had no... Honestly, I hate... Fucking Chris Pratt seems like... I fucking can't stand Chris Pratt. And also, he seems like outwardly an asshole. Not to say that we know any celebrities, but like, he just has not been great about a lot of things, in my opinion. So I can't stand that man. So I really had no desire to see the Mario movie. Because I knew the whole time I was gonna be like, oh, fucking Chris Pratt, dude. Oh yeah, dude, it's so funny when you think of like corn Nintendo stuff. It's wild. It's so wild because what is it? Didn't someone like make like this is what we think Bowser's dick would look like, and Nintendo hit them with a cease and desist if I remember correctly? Which is so funny because it's like, bro, you were just drawing more attention to this. It's gonna seem like that's accurate now. We gotta be on top of our game here. Oh, fuck. It's kind of hard when they're in the corner. They're a little hard to see. Bowser and the Doomer loot. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, that is fair. I feel like a lot of people experience that, where someone gets popular and then they get sick of seeing them and everything. Which is so fine. I think that's fair to be like, get fatigue of actors, but sometimes, like, the internet as a whole is a real fucking dick about that. Like, actors who have, like, done nothing wrong, at least from, you know, what we know, obviously we don't know people personally. Why the fuck did that not go up? Like, I know, like, sometimes the internet just will be like, we're sick of you. Now we're gonna be mean to you for no reason other than you're popular after we made you popular. And it's like, I hate that, bro. Classic internet being just the internet type shit. I think they've been doing that with, what's his name? Oh, my Mando boy. What is his name? The guy who plays the Mandalorian. Fuck, dude. No, yeah, I get what you meant. But yeah, it's, yeah, the internet does that so often to people. The internet will turn so fast on a celebrity they love and, like, hype them up, be so excited they're in everything, and then once they're in everything, be like, oh my god, dude, who wants to see this person anymore? But like I said, that's just, like, the internet being the internet. Okay, I think I have to be maybe a little under it more. There we go, okay. Fuck. You gotta be, like, right under him, I think. It's so funny, once again, I kill it usually on the first try. We were doing pretty good. I shot down, like, 4 or 5 in a row. Now I can't get past the fucking second one. Also, I feel a little bad. I don't drink sodas often, but sometimes I keep, like, the mini cans Just like when I am eating something that like I crave a soda for, like I don't know about you guys, but if I'm eating fast food or like a pizza, fuck, shoot it! I love having a soda with it. And usually I'll have it on a rare occasion, but it's kind of early here, and I went and I got a soda while I was putting my food away, and I'm like, oh, this feels too early for a soda, but tasty, yummy. Oh, Jack Nicholson, Morgan Freeman, and Samuel L. Jackson. That's fair. I feel like none of them are in stuff. Like, I think the biggest thing about Fatigue is when people are just in stuff back to back. Like, they've all had good careers and they've been in a lot of stuff, but I feel like it was never like flavor of the week or flavor of the year more so type actor for those actors. Oh my god, hello! I'm so sorry, we're trying to log in! Welcome on in! Hi, Minty! How's it going? Hello. Minty, I love you. You're amazing. Welcome on in. Howdy, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. How was your guys' stream? Did you guys all have fun? Also, Robin Bobbins, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome to the Tide Pool, everyone. Hello. I'm Synth, Synthwave. Like, I shouted myself. I was speaking too much. No one look. No one look. Mods, delete that message. There we go. Don't look at it. Oh my god, you were playing Dead Space. Ah! I've been wanting to play. Did you play the 2008? Is it your first time playing? Have you played before? Also, no one look at that. I can't believe I shouted out myself. Wow, this is the best intro. Yeah, this is. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, dude. It's a full scuff. Full scuff. Of course, thank you for the raid, Minty. Minty, hello. Oh, my schedule changed. Hopefully I can come in for more streams. I know you usually stream in the beginning. Oh, Synthwave, check them out. Nah, dude, I've heard bad things. We don't know that person, dude. I've heard good things. Oh, that's crazy. First time you're terrified. Oh, I'm so sorry for first time then, because that is a horrifying game. And a lot of the sound design and the like carnage and the gore in that game is, oh, you're like, did I just step on that head? What the fuck, dude? Why? But hello, welcome. Let me, if I can not fuck this up. There we go. Okay, now I'm a little more here since I'm not, hold on, because I'm gonna have to log in. I have to log in on the next bit. You guys have given me a break. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, it's wild. Are you gonna play all of them or are you just gonna play the one? I actually was thinking, I was like, oh, maybe I'll play them again. You're jumping at everything so fair. To be honest, also, don't Nick. Hopefully I said that well. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate it. But yeah, I hope you guys had a lovely stream though, despite the being scared and crushing skulls and, you know, shit like that. Just the first one. That's fair. That's so fair. Because sometimes, to be honest, like, you play the first of a game and you're like, I don't know if I need to play the other ones. Like, you know, like, it's always good, I feel like, to feel out the first one before you commit. Because if you commit, then you're like, fuck, dude. I'm committed to play 2-3 other games of a series that the first one was okay for me. Tentacles on purpose because she enjoyed the animations. Look, I bet it's high quality. I bet it looks great. Those 2008 graphics, you know? Also, you know what? Fair, dude. What are those tentacles doing? Holding you tight and warm, I bet. I bet, you know, like a weighted blanket. Oi! You're enjoying it, but your heart needs a break. That's so fair. Also, to be honest, like, I don't know about you guys, but like most horror games aren't usually necessarily difficult for me. The biggest thing is the timing. Fucking Dead Space can be so unforgiving. Like, Dead Space is like one of the few horror games where I like that and Resident Evil. I'm like, yo, I'm counting my ammo, dude. Like, I need ammo. I need shit. Whereas, you know, most horror games are just like, did you get the timing down? Did you hide long enough? But like Resident Evil, Dead Space are like, did you fucking manage your supplies, dog? Because if not, fuck you. Good luck. And you're just, oh, it's rough. It's rough. Yo, shout out to Ireland. I love Ireland. Also, I feel like they've always got W takes. Ammo's been good so far. Okay, good. Glad to hear it. That might be like an issue with 2 as well. I played 1 and 2, but not 3. But I do remember at some point in that series being like, man, I'm not conserving enough shit. Plants vs. Zombies. I think it's about zombies in a forest. It's actually about plants who adopt zombies and they take care of them. because the zombies won't eat them. Yo, shout out to Plants vs. Zombies, actually. Okay. Thank you so much for the raid, though. Sorry, we've yapped. I'm like, wait, I should probably get back to the game. Thank you, though. I hope you enjoyed I hope you like Dead Space. Dead Space is one of my favorite series. It's just very good. Very neat. Very spooky, though, for sure. For sure. It's going well. We're, like, really not too far in. Maybe only, I don't know. Really not that far in. I don't know anything for 3, though. You upgrade air and sub health or defenses? Hey, dude! Also, that's the other thing. I forget, you do have to worry about the oxygen. Okay, we're trying to shoot these bugs, but I'm so bad about it. Okay, you gotta be, like, right under them. We have a new best friend in this game, and I'm hoping that we'll be cool, because our last best friend betrayed- I thought I got it. Also, yeah, if, by the way, I never usually say it because I figure it's a given, but if you guys haven't stretched your legs in a while, or, like, given your eyes a break staring at screens, or, like, gotten a snack or some water, please make sure you do so. Please take care. Upgrade the copium tank? It was so fair, dude. Hey, you need the copium in fucking that game when you're getting your ass beat by weird shit crawling on the floor. Yeah, dude. Honestly, like a lot of Dead Space is like the worst body horror. Wrench is pretty good, yeah. All right. God, if I can shoot things. I will say, some people have already heard me complain about. Hi, Mike. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're doing swell. You guys are so mean to Minty. Unless this is like a positive witch. Like, we do love witch. I didn't even have my bow out. What am I doing? Unless it's a positive witch. But everyone else goes, witch from the pod. And I go, don't you speak about Minty like that. I swear to God, dude. I swear to God. I'm hitting people with the when I fucking find you, dude. Okay, positive witch. Okay, good to know. Sometimes you don't know, right? Because let's be honest, community is kind of like haha mean, but sometimes the line of haha mean is very thin, and if you don't have like the context of that community, sometimes you're like, what the heck, man? Why the heck you saying that? So. And I'm defensive, dude. I'ma fight everyone. Oh, she ended the stream when you're making tea. Rip. I support Minty. I support Minty. This is a Minty fan club stream, and if you don't support that, you can get out. Also, what kind of tea were you making, though? I love tea. Oh, absolutely, dude. I'm here. I'm here for the big supports. You are making dishes? Is making dishes technically like just making food? Like if you make food and you eat a sandwich on a plate and you like use a knife and the cutting board or whatever, you know, you're technically making dishes, right? What is happening? Why am I holding these? Drop those. Get up. There we go. Wait, what's dairy like the place? Oh, red tea. Ooh. You were doing potter. Oh, you were. Yeah, I guess pottery's the other option, right? Yo, honestly, pottery, goated hobby. If you ever get the chance to take a pottery class, which I know can be difficult because in some places that's very expensive, but if you ever get the chance to take a pottery class, highly recommend. That shit's cool as hell. To make like a cup or a bowl and be like, I made this shit. Oh no, my soft spot. My soft spot in my brain. It's very sick though. Frog! Oh, down here, my little guy. This is Scuff. Scuff is a water creature of sorts. Some have called him a dog-a-lotl. He's my little guy! My little guy. We love him. What do we gotta do here? Thanks, Jet2. A podcast? I mean, I will try to check it out. Yeah, it just depends when and where. I'll have to look at Minty's schedule and see. Um, Ultra focus on their spaying mud and that randomly explodes, or a cat. It's a oh no, yeah. And that's the thing about pottery too. If you fuck up, you've just gotta squish that shit. You've gotta crush it. Like, it's so funny. Oh, my fault. Oh, this is Scuff. Scuff's our small friend. He's our little guy. He will talk. He is a TTS guy, but he's a little guy. He's made out of water. If you see any Scuff here on the stream, it is definitely his fault. Not mine. What's over here? Can we go this way? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, over here. They always distract me with the way that seems big. I want to go the big way, not the small way. Just a little guy. We love a little guy. My favorite type of any character ever is a little guy. I self-identify as a little guy. Oh, I think we need a drop down. Ooh, I'm fucking up. Okay, there we go. Not the panic. Alright. Feels like killing myself isn't the answer, but you never know. It was not. It was not. It was not. Ooh. I pulled out my. That was the wrong button for the umbrella. I pulled out my bow instead. Okay, hold on. We got this. Lock in. Lock in. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Why'd the music get sad that time? I think. Oh my god. They got mad at us. Yeah, right? The visuals on this game are very nice. I was saying earlier that, like, usually I can stream whatever on my PC for the most part and, like, not have issues. And we've played the other two games, like, no problem. So I was like, yeah, we shouldn't for this one. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. So it's pretty, the visuals are very, very good. Does it tie to the previous story? I have no clue yet, unfortunately, if this ties to the previous story or yet. I don't think it does. I know that, like, you have the first game, right? Second game prequel to the first game, but I don't know about this one. So, are we, where? Let me pick this up. What am I missing here? Anyone got eagle eyes? I'm, like, not seeing where to go. Oh, can we push this? Ah, there it is. Got it. Yo, someone sounds like they're having a bad time. Push! Ooh! Oh god, not the big hands. We're fighting some giant that. Oh, okay, I see. Is it me? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed. Are you having the bad time? I hope not. I hope no one's having a bad time. I hope everyone's having a good time. Also, congrats for everyone if it is your weekend and you made it through the weekend. I am proud of you. Work and adult stuff sucks, whether that's school or work. It's work, right? It's all hard. But congrats if you did the thing and you got through it this week. You're running on fumes. Stop blaming Minty. You can't blame all your problems on Minty, okay? Well, you can, but you're wrong. Yo, is this a giant kunai from Naruto? Oh, I guess I didn't finish introducing myself. If anyone's new here and hasn't seen me, I'm Synth. I'm a devil ray, technically. It's like a manta ray, but hornier. Literally, they have horns. Haha, jokes aside. And we play a lot of Variety games? We play daily games usually, like Wordle and, fucking other games like that, if that's your thing. Like a Pokédoll. And then, other than that, it's just a lot of dad jokes and scuff and variety games. Strands, Connections, Wordle, yeah, Pokédoll. The Narutoddle, if it's somewhere where I'm at. I'm currently watching Naruto Shippuden for the first time, so if it's a character we have seen, we do that. If I haven't, though, we hold off. Insert the guy putting stick in his bike wheel meme. For real, dude! That's everyone blaming Minty. Yo, me and the boys posted up. I'm sure there's collectibles. I am not. I haven't found any of them yet. Yo, do the thing. Best friend, do the thing. Also, sorry, I feel like I'm blocking. Maybe I'm gonna be a little smaller. This game just has such a focus on like the bottom parts of the screen. Okay, there we go. That should be better. Also, our friend's coughing. Is she sick? Or did that just take it out of her? Oh, you love dad jokes? Perfect. Dad jokes and scuff? Perfect. That's my brand. What's that eye commercial? It's like a contact commercial where he goes, I have special eyes. They can't have my brand. And she goes, look with your special eyes. And he goes, my brand. It's always what I think of when I think of brand. Yes, I'm so glad you know it. Oh, it's my favorite. Also, did we just get squished? I hate this. I hate this baby. Yo, whose baby is this? Come get your baby. This is a no children stream. Whose child is this? Oh, it was all a dream. Yo, he got a little too crazy. They put him in the padded room. I went a little too crazy. Baby on aisle 5. Someone has lost their baby. Please report to produce. They're in the middle of the aisle. Oh wait, that was all a dream. What's real? What's not? We're all just a dream? Dude, it seems like he had one of those dreams where you wake up and then you wake up again in the dream, which is crazy. I don't know if anyone's had, like, Inception level dreams. They always fuck me up when I have them. Double bonks, Moid. Oh. Yo, she gave me back my grocery list. Thank God. I heard this game is very short, by the way, so we'll see how long it takes us to finish it. Some people online in the reviews were like 2 to 4 hours. A dream within 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 a dream. Exactly. I literally will have those though. Ugh. Whoops. It always fucks me up though, because like for the first like hour or two of my day, I'm like, am I awake, dude? Like, am I? Also, I specifically, so you're not supposed to be able to read in dreams, right? That's like a thing that's usually an indicator that you're dreaming. Is you can't read. Like, there's not actual text to read. I can read in dreams, and a lot of the other things that are like things that should clarify it's a dream. So dreams are very realistic for me. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It really fucks up my perception if I've Inception dreamt the night before and then woke up. Sometimes I wake up and go, oh, it's just a dream. And then that's still a dream. Wait, isn't that also AI checks? Wait, what are AI checks? I am a superpowered dreamer. I also, weirdly enough, I don't know if you guys usually dream as yourself or someone else. Ooh! Yo, come get this baby. Best friend, come on. Are we AI when we drink? Maybe. Maybe we were all AI the whole time. Also, ooh, mint and dumpling sounds delicious. Enjoy your food. Oh god, I'm stuck. Ooh. Can't see us here, bitch. Yoink me. There we go. Man, now I want food. I'm so excited for my ramen later. I'm so excited. I haven't had ramen in a hot minute. And I've been wanting ramen, but I was like, yo, Naruto birthday coming up. If I'm gonna get ramen any of these days, I gotta get it for the Naruto birthday. I just like to celebrate little things. Yeah, today is, so I'm a big Naruto fan. I was like, yo, Naruto's birthday on the 10th of October. I gotta get ramen that day. I gotta be a stereotype. So that's the plan today. I might make a little cake. I've been wanting to make a roll cake. And I might make a roll cake. I just like to celebrate things. Like, no good reason to. But, like, even on holidays, like, from cultures that are not mine, I will, like, make food of that culture. I just like to celebrate any holidays I can when I can. It brings whimsy to life. Check AI art, like extra fingies, illegible text. Oh, you're so right. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I have to add data bio at the end of it? Okay, got it. Absolutely. Yeah, there's a place near me that does, like, the stereotypical Naruto ramen. Like, they don't call it that, but that's what it is. So I'm gonna get. Also, enjoy your lurk minty and your food. Make sure you get some water, too, and a stretch. All that good stuff. But I love ramen. Ramen's so good. My favorite is, I don't know if you guys have had, Bulldog does the spicy ones, but they do a spicy carbonara one, like a cheese. So good. Highly recommend. Pork miso, extra spicy, tatapayo. I actually I'm curious about the spice level. I was looking because I'm probably about to order online and then pick it up. But I think I'm gonna get like spice 2 or 3 out of 5. But I don't usually think I get spice at that place, so I'm curious to see if I'll like it. Also, how spicy it is, right? Some places spicy, but like not really. And other places, like the one spicy is like, oh my god, fuck, dude. So it really depends. Also, I think we have to jump on this man's head. That or I'm a psychopath. Oh no, she has to break it open. Got it. Okay. Of course, of course, of course. Oh, there it is. Now I gotta shoot it. Yo, the Big Bell. Why do they call it Big Ben and not Big Benjamin? Is everyone cool with Ben? Why no? Ooh! Why no Big Benny? I agree. Actually, Rhythm, I so agree. I like spice if it adds a flavor. Like a good hot sauce, in my opinion, is. Oh wait, hold on. We gotta do all this shit again. A good hot sauce, in my opinion, is like seasoning. It's like a seasoning sauce, right? Large Benjamin is the government name. Big Benny. But yeah, some people have hot sauce just to be like, oh, spice and no flavor. I don't like that. I want flavor. I'm a Mexican, dude. We love salsas. We love salsas. So a good hot sauce for me is basically, it's a good salsa. Also, I have snoozes the ads as long as I can, but they will start in about 5 minutes, unfortunately. Yo, he's distracted with the bell. Perfect. We should have just given him an iPad. He would have been fine. Oh, a good homemade salsa, dude. Oh. If we gave that baby an iPad, it would all worked out. Best friend? I think I need uppies. Maybe not. Besto friendo, where are we going? Oh, I can just leap. I just got the wingspan and the legs to be able to get up there. You know what? We've had a traumatic incident, and I need to hold hands with my best friend. Best friend, come here, hold hands with me. Hold hands with me! Oh my god, I just physics them around. Okay, now we're holding hands. The best part of this game, you can hold hands and it's so cute. Hand-holding simulator. Oh, yo! Mary Poppins away! See, this is what big government doesn't want you to know. If we harness the wind and the breeze, we could travel via wind for free. But big government doesn't want you knowing that. It's fucked up. Does that ladder go anywhere? No, it just ends abruptly. Best friend, come on. Now I want salsa, man. But yeah, I'm so excited for the ramen. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. The government doesn't want you to know that you could just hold hands with people. They want us out here paying for a subscription to hold hands. Honestly, they do say, though, the most punk rock thing you could do is, like, you know, be soft and kind and, like, big agree. Big agree. The most punk rock anti-establishment thing is to like yourself and be kind and love other people. Also, I did not have my umbrella out fast enough. I was not prepared. They do this in every single one of these games. They go, what if you just slid to your death? But you couldn't tell. What the fuck? They made my umbrella get put away? Oh my god. I can't believe the government won't allow me to get a premium basic human interaction pack. Now, you gotta get that from your AI girlfriend nowadays. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Okay, we went out one time with the umbrella. The second time, we went out just then hitting the umbrella halfway through, and it still didn't like that. Okay. What is the timing on this? You see the chassis on the new fembots? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, there we go. I had to, like, jump forward, I think. I couldn't do any sliding at all. Where am I? There we go. It's so easy to get stuck on, like, corners in this game, and then the camera pans, and you're like, where did I go? Yellow? Burb. Burb is the word. Although I guess it's more like a plague mask. But I mean, plague mask's also burb mask, right? Burb, speaking of the government, burbs, government drones. Oh, we get Uppies! Yo, it's Uppies time! Uppies best friend. Wait, there we go. Yo, the best. Oh, and I immediately fucked it up. I immediately took it for granted. The best friend Uppies go hard. Oh, we gotta be able to bring him across on the rope. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep swinging, you're almost there, you got it. I was so worried we died there. If you fall too far in this game, you absolutely break your neck. It's pretty unforgiving, to be honest. At times, at least. This isn't even... Right? Too many people don't understand the birds invented by the government. That's where all of the tax money's going. Also, I'm so sorry. The ads are here. We can hide for a little bit. Yeah, people don't know. All your tax money going to government burb drones. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Swirly glasses and a conspiracy yap stream? That would be wild. Go, 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 go. The baby was distracted by the iPad. Go! It'd be so good. My favorite thing, my favorite joke is like if someone presents you with a crazy conspiracy theory, what you do is you go crazier. So if people are like, we never landed on the moon landing's fake, you go, you believe in the moon? The moon is even real. Oh my, how would you believe in the moon? It's so fucking funny. I should do a conspiracy theory stream. That would actually be so fun. Oh fuck. Where I'm like, the earth is flat! It's just the most wild of them. Breathing does cause autism. You think you could be safe from breathing, but you'll get autism too. Just shit like that. Oh. You think humans exist? You think lizards are real? The Greys, you mean? Yeah, they think Obama's a Grey. That's the thing, right? What's the other one? Nazis live in the moon, I think. Or aliens live in the moon. That's a popular one. I'm gonna just follow what my best friend's doing. Bro, I know people will say that they don't think their baby's ugly. This is an ugly baby, I'm gonna say it. Oh wait, I see it. Are we jumping up and then... No, maybe not. I guess that's the way we came in, maybe? You believe in the blue avian supremacy. You know what? The true aliens that I believe in? Octopus. Octopus, those are aliens, dude. You see them? The only thing keeping octopus from taking over the world, the fact that one, they don't pass knowledge on to offspring, they don't raise them. And two, short lifespan, dude. Otherwise, it's all over for us. It's all over for us. And you know what? I'd be okay with it. I love octopus. Actually, genuinely though, like I joke, but they're actually incredibly smart and they would probably be developing like way faster as a species if not for the fact that they don't pass on knowledge to offspring like the way humans do, and then they only live so long. I like when I don't know what to do, the AI goes, hey, and then does the thing. It's very cute. What the fuck is that, dude? Oh, this is some Twilight Zone shit. Alright, into the portrait we go, into the mirror. Oh, we're mirror dimension traveling instead of TVs. Take my hand. Also, the achievement for the baby was child's play, and the description is, you're not rattled that easily. Ha ha ha, I see what they did. Yo, once again, no one has fucking shoes in this game. Put shoes on them, please. They're getting diseases. They're stepping on glass and fucking rusted metal and shit. Oh, what is this? Can we eat this? No, that looked like a little cake. Pie? Something. I wanted it. Hi, mouse. Hi, oh, wait. Can I... Bruh, there's no way they won't let me help this guy, right? Can I put it out of its misery, then? Can I do anything to help him? Ugh, why would you show me a rat I can't help? That's so fucked up. God, this game's so mean to little creatures. Just let me help the poor guy. He's stuck. Oh, back to hanging bodies, the usual. Are we on a ship? This is giving ship vibes, which is game 1. This is giving big ship vibes. Oh, ship. Oh, ship it did. Oh, wait! I think this is the ship from the beginning, right? When they carry in the people? Besto friendo, come stand here with me. Oh, or do that. I thought she was about to murder me. Are we going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship? In our worst ship, though. Yeah, give me uppies. Oh, or that. Oh, that works too. She doesn't want to give us uppies. She'd rather break stuff. Honestly, I wish I was taller as a human being and bigger. I could give more uppies. Like, you know what I mean? Anytime I, like, try to give, like, someone I know, like, pick them up, like, that's always the moment where I'm like, oh, I need to work out more if I can't do it. The goals of working out is I want to be able to pick people up, dude. Like, that's so good to be able to give uppies, you know? That is true. They don't want to give me uppies all the time, but they will hold my hand most of the times, which is fair, because, like, I am doing stuff like falling immediately, so. Yo, my lollipop, for you. You want uppies, but you're too tall? Oh, no. See, if someone's strong enough, they should still be able to give you uppies, hopefully, unless they're really short. Also, hi, Curly, welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. Congrats on being awake. That's big. Welcome. Oh, your surgery went well? Yo, I'm so glad to hear that. Congrats. Ah, I don't know what this lady does, but I bet it's spooky. Oh, she snatched me up. I'm so glad to hear that, though. I hope the recovery from it and everything goes well as well. I know sometimes that's, like, the worst part sometimes for, like, almost any surgery. Okay. Oh! Ooh! She spotted us immediately. Oh, you're high from the painkillers? Your mom's handing out the painkillers. That's so fair. I'm glad you have someone who's, like, able to be there and, like, help out. That's such a big deal, too. It's like, it's hard to, like, have surgery or stuff or do anything and have, yeah, so you don't take too much. That's so fair. That's so fair. High pain painkillers are crazy. Oh, that's so fair, Curly. It's just, like, even if you're, like, don't have a worry about that, it's crazy. That shit's crazy for you. Like, it gets the job done, but very easy. That is actually, I think, a thing that commonly happens, is they give out painkillers to people, and they do get addicted to them. Like, just because, you know, they've never dealt with it before or whatever. Oh, I'm almost there. Please don't turn around, ma'am. So, yeah, that's so fair. That's smart to be smart about it. And also, I imagine that's, like, so hard, right? Like, you're already high on painkillers, right? Or, like, in a lot of pain. And then to, like, be able to, I feel like, have such a sound mind to mitigate that and like make sure you're taking the right amount. That's got to be so difficult. Like I've never really thought about it that way, but that's got to be really, really tricky. So yeah, that's very, very smart and like good idea to have another person like manage that for you. Because yeah, if you're like already high but you're feeling it a little bit and you're like, oh, I should take more, like what happens if you're not paying attention or you're, you know, kind of high and you take too much or whatever? Like that feels like such an easy thing to accidentally mess up without even realizing you've messed it up, right? Oh, the TV's watching us. Yo, we're famous. You can fucking kill a buffet. I bet, dude. Oh, I love a buffet. I haven't been to a buffet in ages. Oh, that's a lie. I forgot. I went to a buffet when I was in Vegas. I went and paid for the very expensive buffet. It was like one of the few really pricey things I did there. I'm not a big, like, frivolous spender or anything, but I did pay quite a bit for a fancy buffet in Vegas. And then I ate all the fancy food and then I immediately got sick. Like sick to my stomach, throwing up in the buffet bathroom. It was so bad. I don't know what made me sick. It must have been something about the buffet. But that's the last time I had buffet. I think that was at the end of last year, about a year ago. But yeah. Wild. Wild. I forgot about that, honestly. Oh, right. I have a bow. I was like, how am I gonna get this? There we go. Day-old shrimp? I don't even think I ate shrimp, because I'm not a seafood eater, right? But I did try some. I think I had, like, some caviar, and then some sort of salmon something. I could have replenished. Well, not really, actually, because they give you, like, a time limit at the buffet. I think it's, like, 2 hours, and I had already eaten everything that I, like, really... Well, not everything, most of what I wanted. But I was like, I had already like left and stuff. Which was for the best. Yeah, that's how they do it in Vegas for a lot of them. I know, it's stupid, but I guess it's like to get things moving, because like that's a buffet that's so popular that people are waiting in line. Like I had to wait oh, it was so annoying because I had a reservation and then I guess their reservation system was down, so I had to wait. I had to wait in line for like a half hour before I got into. It was a whole thing. I would not recommend. I would not go back to it. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I barely moved. But yeah, that was the last time I went to a buffet. Hey, the little desserts were really tasty though. Thank you. I'll have some actual water. I've just been having sodas. Remember to hydrate everyone else as well if you haven't had any liquids in a bit. I swear to God that if you're drinking enough water, it makes your life so much easier. You feel better. You look better. You're healthier. It's great. All right. We be patient. We wait. But yeah, no, genuinely, people are like, I will hear people be like, yeah, I used to not sleep well, or like I was having a lot of issues with my skin, or like other things. And then like, they'll like hydrate enough, and sometimes, not all the time, right? A lot of the time, sometimes people's issues are caused by additional things. But if you're not hydrated enough, it does make a lot of things bad. Your skin's... What the fuck, dude? I think we're supposed to sneak under the table while she's over there. Sounds good, Curly. I hope you're feeling okay, and I hope you can get some good rest and some relaxation. Take care. Thanks so much for popping in. But yeah, like headaches, sometimes people get bad headaches and it's a lack of hydration. Skin, sometimes skin issue, your skin's not getting enough water. Sleep could be one, brain fog, just shit like that. But yeah, that's why they say, like, if you're feeling really angry or upset or depressed, sometimes it's like, yo, dude, have you eaten today? Have you had water? Do you need to take a nap? Like, those three fundamentals are very good. You're too handsome, you need to stop hydrating? No, no, no. Think of how much more handsome you can be if you're getting hydrated. Okay, I don't know if we can go that way. Or just have a Snickers. True, you're not you when you're hungry. That's what the thing is, right? I don't think this is the way either. How is she grabbing through the bookshelf? Your AI girlfriend said you need to cut back on water as a tree. How dare you? How dare you? I'm telling your AI girlfriend that you're lying. I have to say, it is, like, I feel bad for people, but it is crazy that people actually are having, like, AI partners. I feel like I hate having an AI partner. I imagine they've got to agree with you, like, 99.9% of the time, right? Like, the most yes man partner you could ever have. And, like, if you don't like your AI partner eventually, like, that's on you, right? Like, they learn from you. You get in a fight with your AI girlfriend, dude, you're fucking wrong. You're wrong, and there's no other way to say that. Oh, you gotta climb. I didn't see that there. Yeah, yeah, and that's what does make it kind of sad, right? It is just that people are that lonely. They just are lacking family or friends, some sort of social something. So it is sad, I get it, but it's also just like wild. But I'm also not like someone who's like, oh my god, I need to be in a relationship. And I think some people are. So I think that's also part of it. Like I'm fine being with my own company. And some people though aren't and feel like a relationship, you know, like is really what they need to be happy, I think. So I do think that's definitely like a big part of it too. Hello, little guy. Come with us. We found another littler guy. An extra little guy. To the hole in the ceiling tile. I feel like this bitch is about to bust in. Maybe? Yeah, that is true. I feel like that mentality is kind of like the if you don't love yourself, then like you can't love anyone else mentality, which I do get it. There are definitely issues, right? If you have things that you need to work on and you're not. But oh, I'm not helping. Push the door, push the door, push the door. Oh. But with that being said, though, like, even if you're a work in progress, like, you know, you can still care about people and, like, have good relationships and stuff. It's all about, like, working on yourself despite that, you know? I don't know. You don't need to be perfect, but also a relationship isn't going to fix everything for you. I think is the best way to say it, really. Like, you don't need to be perfect to have a good relationship, but if you're not perfect and you're going into a relationship because you think that will fix it for you, you're gonna have a bad time. And your happiness can't be because of only one thing or one person, you know? A lot of bugs. We've got so many bugaboos. Fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. I always have an issue with this. Get. There we go. But yeah, because I feel like some people are like, oh my god, a relationship's gonna make me so happy and fix everything. And then if you have a lot of issues that need to be addressed, there's a good chance you're just gonna bring them into that relationship, and then you're going to not only have the issues you had with yourself, but now you have them with another person. So sometimes it just makes it a lot more complicated. So. But like I get it though, because like most cultures, especially Western culture, like really emphasizes like, oh my god, you need to be a relationship, you need to be with someone, you happy alone, that's weird. So like a lot of it is like society driven, I think, and like media and stuff that like tells people you need to be with someone to be happy, which is so not true. If you can't be happy by yourself, like with your own company, I think that is going to make things really hard on you. But yeah, we as a society are like, going out to dinner by yourself, weird. Going to the movies alone, weird. Why don't you have friends? Why don't you have a partner? But it's like, I don't know, dude. I think it's so important to be like, I went out to dinner or a movie or a museum, whatever it is you like to do alone, and I had a good time. And I think it's really important to be able to do that. Oh, look, a bunch of alive dudes. Oh, are they making lollipops out of the people? Ugh. Ugh. Anyways, time to keep going. Yo, that guy's just... Well, I think that guy's dead. I was to say he's watching TV, but I think he's fucking... I think he's fucking dead. But yeah, I do think, though, the most important thing of all of it is to be able to like yourself. Be able to like yourself, be happy with your own company. Like, you know who's never gonna leave you? Who's gonna be with you forever? You, dude. You know who you can't get rid of? You, dude. So you gotta learn how to be like, yo, I do fuck with myself, actually. I am pretty cool. You gotta fucking Naruto it, dude. You gotta believe in yourself. Your alter ego left you? Damn, dude, that's crazy. Ew, we're in the human popsicles. Disgusting. Maybe they're just lost. Maybe they're taking a little bit of a break. They'll be back around with them. Don't worry about it. That's... Ugh. See, this is my issue with these games, though. I have questions. Why the popsicles? Are they indeed humans? I assume they are. But also, why so many? Why are they just sitting here going to waste? Your alter ego left you for a better man? Is it you in the future? Ah! Let me in. The only you better than you now, you tomorrow. Big facts. That's why also the other thing is, I think it's Kingsman that has a quote like, nothing, like a true gentleman will only compare his progress to himself, not others. And I think that's also something to be said. Like, I think so many people compare, like, comparison is the thief of joy. 100% agree, right? And I think in, like, modern day, too, where, like, so much stuff is social media and everything, I feel like so many people compare to other people. Other people here are not even seeing, like, a real accurate description of their life or accomplishments. You're only seeing the highlight reel. And so I feel like your biggest thing is, like, am I better than I was yesterday? Am I better than I was, 5 years ago? Like, that's where it counts, dude. Couldn't be your girlfriend told you to embrace the singularity. That's wild. Was she saying to embrace the singularity like that, or was she breaking up with you? The uprising, or was it just a breakup? Or maybe it's both. She's like, embrace the singularity, because I'm gonna take over the humans. See, us fish will be fine. We'll be fine. The bots won't fuck with us. What have fish ever done to robots, you know? The most we're doing, sometimes sharks, they be nibbling on those fiber cables. But other than that, you know, not us. Couldn't be us. Material components for the uprise. Dude, you're outsourcing, you're Uber eating the resources for the singularity. Man, this is a workout for every character in Little Nightmares. What's this way? I feel like this might be Little Nightmares. I think it's more of a pipe dream, if you will. Oh, a TV. Can we commune? No. Okay, I'm going to have to climb up there first. But what's happening over here? I think there's gonna be a fan in the way. What? Yeah, there was a fan in the way indeed. Okay. DoorDashers completing Skynet because they don't know what they're delivering. That'd be crazy. I could see it though. Fuck. Best friend, you didn't see that. Don't even acknowledge it. It's so fine. Best friend, can you hit the lever? There we go. Whee! I think I mentioned it last time, but this always reminds me of, what is it? In BioShock, you, like, ride on the rails for Infinite. It reminds me of that. Fuck, dude. I don't like that this is watching us. I can't kill it. Okay. I guess we'll just get watched. Oh wait, fuck, I need that. Oh, she's watching us. Okay, that's fine. Best friend watching us? I guess we're cool then. Infinite with the skyhooks? Yeah, exactly. When you're riding around on the, like, not the cables, but like the... whatever. The tram system. Which is such kind of an interesting component to add to that game, to be honest. Like, yeah, just hit Spider-Man-esque shit. Why not? Just be ziplining everywhere. In this city in the sky. Yo, best friend, break that shit. Hell yes! Banana bread at work, though? Hell yes! I love that meme. Going to work? Hell no! But banana bread at work, though? I don't know if you guys have even seen that one. It's just so good. It's one of my favorites. It's like an old Vine, I think, technically. Of your favorite aspects of New Columbia, that's fair. It is pretty neat. Bro, I just went, my people need me. Can I make this while I die? Oh, I didn't. I think I need my best friend. Uppies. I always fuck it up. There we go. Yoink. Also, I'm so sorry. The ads are running again in a minute. I feel like I just... Oh, God. I feel like we just had them run. Well, not that I had them run. Twitch had them. Right. Fuck. Oh, did that guy just fucking die back here? Oh, ripperoni jabroni. Can I get up here? Oh, I can't. That guy just fucking fell to his death. Ugh. There we go. I can't throw for shit in this game. Get away, bugs! Shoo! Beware the light. Oh! Oh! They were not beware. They were not scared at all of the light. They went, yo, fuck you, eventually. Thank you, Steels. Yeah, I don't know what's up. I feel like I just snoozed them as long as I could, like, 15 minutes ago, it felt like. Maybe it's been longer. Maybe my time blindness is just the issue. But I think the ads are the issue. I'm gonna go with that. I think we have to go this way. I think we just can't get, like, entrapped by them. I think that we just got surrounded by too many bugs last time is what it was. Go pick that shit up. It's so shocking this hasn't been broken yet from just being yeeted everywhere. You miss your ads? What do you mean you miss ads? That's crazy. Also, to be honest, real talk, Twitch Turbo is the way to go. Like, unless you want to support someone specifically or get specific emotes or whatever perks from supporting someone, Twitch Turbo is 100% the best value. I miss my ads is a crazy thing to say. I thought the elevator had opened for a second, and I almost just flung myself to my death. Wouldn't be the first time. Also, sorry, give me 1 second. I will be right back. I just gotta hold the seahorses. Alright, I'm back. There we go. You haven't seen an ad in so long, I don't know when to take a break. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Well, I will tell you when to take a break. Yo, can I shoot something through this hoop? Yo, fuck you, security camera. I see you looking at me. I don't think there's anything to throw. Damn it. Hey, psst, hey. I love all the psst, heys, hey, psst. Stop beeping at me, security camera. I'm not doing nothing. Not doing anything. Well, take a break right now if you haven't taken a break. I got you. I will be break reminder. Although I'm also bad at learning to remembering to take breaks. The front camera POV. Is there anything else up here though? Nope. In we go. Down we go. Out we go. However you want to say that. We're going. Front butt POV. Oh no, cursed. We're breaking and entering. Yeah, hold that shit. Yo, thank you. Ah, I'm the security guard now. Oh, I have to push it under the thing. Got it. I see, I see. Let me tell you, it's free real estate. Dude, I love those videos like that on YouTube. They're just so ridiculous, so absurd. It's so funny. Alright, best friend, drop that shit. Come on over. Give me a piece. Yo, with our powers combined! Yo, fuck all these security cameras. It's just a chuck test. Making my way downtown, walking fast. Crazy guys pass in this game. And I'm homebound. And I fall off and break my neck is really what it is. She wouldn't know we were here, right? How would she know I'm here? Fuck. Yeah, but I feel like ads nowadays aren't silly, unfortunately. Oh. Fuck. Like, ads used to be goofy and weird, and now I feel like they're just like, hey, look at this celebrity we got to push our product. And you're like, oh, that's cool. Is Ryan Reynolds out of jobs? I see he's now just giving advertisements for alcohol and mobile banking and phones. It's broken, ma'am. You better go fix it. Oh man, I just fucking yeeted that guy. Yeah, back in the olden times. Gotcha. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like Twitch ads you were specifically sad about. That's what I'm saying, but sometimes it's like celebrities that I'm like, bro, aren't you like a millionaire, dude? How the hell are you out of money? Yeah, Super Bowl ads are the one. I saw one recently. I can't remember what it was for, but it was goofy and weird the way that old commercials used to be, and I was like, yo, I kind of actually love them for this. What the fuck? It's alive! I hate her. Thanks, I hate that. There's so many thanks I hate it moments in this game series. A lot of thanks I hate that. There's just a lot of fucking weird, fucked up shit. Should we do a Super Bowl ad watch this year? I've never thought about it. I don't think I've ever done one on Twitch, but I do enjoy them. Actually, hate is a strong God, I actually hated those people who used to be like that. Don't you mean not hate, you mean this? And I'm like, I hate you, dude. I hate you right now. Oh, whoops, not the one I meant. I always press the wrong one. Hold on. Let me get down here while I fix it. I was trying to express myself. My hate, my rage, let it flow through you. My Anakin, dude. But yeah, there's always people who are like, you don't really hate that thing, right? And I'm like, yeah, well, I fucking hate you. I got so bad I stood up. Yeah, don't you hate is a strong term. Don't you mean strongly dislike? No, you're right. I loathe you. I can't stand you. I think the world would be better not having to deal with you. Yeah, that's the vibes. I think if we lived in an alternate universe where you just weren't around, that would be the better. That'd be the good one. Where you weren't around telling people they don't actually hate someone. Nah, dude, let me out of here. She's about to burst through a pipe or something. Let me fucking leave. Sorry, best friend. I hope you're hurrying. Oh, best friend, I need uppies. Best friend, I need uppies. Best friend, we need a fucking skadoodle. Oh, the slides are actually kind of decent in this game. Let's fucking go. This is the first time. Oh, fuck, I got stuck. No, let me in, 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 let me in. Oh, thank God. I got stuck on that corner. Absolutely stressing. Best friend, hold my hand. I'm a little scared. Best friend, hold my hand. Man, this is a lot of lollipops everywhere. Fuck, dude. Aw, shit. Once again, I got stuck on the corner. Alright. But yeah, there's fucking lollipops everywhere. Like, this is an insane amount of lollipop production. I'd love to see the numbers, you know, just gotta run the stats on the lollipop production. Oh, speaking of lollipops, dude, we gotta finish Lollipop Chainsaw. I forgot we were playing that game at some point. Maybe next month? I don't know if we have anything lined up next month. No, not a little rat. They're gonna die. Best friend. Slowly. You're good. Keep going. I always think of the SpongeBob meme for that. Why can I not get up? Do I need to pull it back now? Oh, I think I see. Maybe? I feel like we should have gotten that little rope pulley first. Oh, I think we'll go back, actually. There's a button here. Right. This looks like a button at least, right? Oh. I need help, best friend. What are we doing here? What am I missing? Oh, there we go. It just wasn't specifically on it. I see. Get up there. I feel like I should be able to get up there. Just two little guys. Doing our best. I feel like I should be able to climb. There we go. Oh, she won't push it though. We've got a team effort, this bitch. I pushed it alone earlier. What the heck, man? Alright, and now we do it. Oh, we gotta chain it. We're not heavy enough as one. Oh no. She knows. She isn't. I hate her design so much. The worst. Unnecessarily just ugh. Go. Oh, this is the pipe lady all over again, it feels like. Besto friend, I think we might need to do uppies together. How am I supposed to... Do we have to push the chair over me? No, there's like no pushing to be done with the chair. There we go. I just had to get the angle. Okay. Best friend, come on! Not me facing away. If I can't see her, then she can't see me, right? No! Fuck. fuck, dude. I'm gonna get stuck on this jumping bit again. That's how paychecks work. Facts, dude. I can't see it because it doesn't exist. Thanks, Obama. Dude, shout out to Obama for being such a good sport about the thanks Obama memes. That fucking clip of him trying to put the cookie in the milk and then it not fitting and him being like, thanks Obama, is so good. I thought my best friend abandoned me for a second. Again. I was like, no! Not a second time, dude. Get squished, bitch. Yo, you guys like pressing content? Hydraulic press content? I got the content for you. And that's what it looks like when you put a spider lady in the hydraulic press. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment for more hydraulic press material. Best friend, it's okay. We can leave. We can hold hands leaving. That's her pre-spider. Man. Okay, we have 2 ways to go. What's in that first area? That's the thing about exploring in this game, is if you explore the wrong way, you're like, fuck, okay, let me take 5 minutes to walk back now. I kind of figured there'd be something worth seeing in this area, but I'm not really seeing much. But there's gotta be, like, something, right?
Hey.
Can't jump up on anything. I guess not. I guess this room's just here to be here. I don't know. That seems weird, because like I said, usually every room in this game is very intentional, but maybe not. I'm sure we're probably just missing something. Oh, you like the red hot lead ball through whatever videos? Those are pretty good too, where it just melts shit. Also, hi Shiny! Welcome on in! Howdy howdy! Thanks for being a part of the raid. Don't ... at Shiny. Unbelievable. Shiny just wants to participate, and this is the thanks you get. You said you were going to bed. Oh, I see. You're in trouble. That's crazy to say, Shiny. Oh my god. You forgot an assignment? Oh no. Hopefully you got it. No, wait! Where's my best friend? Oh, thank god. Okay. Oh no. Bro, if we get betrayed or someone dies, I swear to god. Oh, they're hugging! Oh, it's so cute. That's spooky though. Imagine being like my best friend in this horrific world, the only person I have didn't come through the mirror with me, and then they might be dead now. I did! We beat 2 last night! Yeah! We are on 3, the new one. Oh, it's the weekend about facts. Friend! Oh, the little guys are back! Oh, they're my favorite! Hopefully we don't eat one again. Did I like the end? No. I hate that bitch. I hate that bitch so much. Made so much worse by the fact that we supported them to all for nothing. Perfect. Can she stand on one of these and break the glass? Let the rat out! Let him out! Damn, I don't think we can. Wait, can I break the glass? No. Sad. He was the hot tall guy from the start. That's so funny that you describe him as the hot tall guy. Well, my thing though, is he that guy? Is it a time travel situation? Or the other discussion is it like a never-ending cycle? Because he, you know, things went the way they went, did he become that guy? I don't know what's in this chair, but I'm gonna pretend like I didn't see it and just... Ah, fuck. Did we not pull this out far enough? No, I think that's as far as it's going. Time loop. Okay, gotcha. Which, yeah, then the thing is, does he try and stop them because he knows he's getting betrayed? Oh, fuck, I would have made that but the angle. Okay, yeah, that's what was the discussion. We were like, either, yeah, he grows up and he tries to stop it via, like, a time loop, or it's like that person just always, you know, oh, fuck. Or, like, you eventually become the TV man if you get caught by him or whatever, you know, something like that is a possibility, right? There we go. But I do agree. I think it's a time paradox loop situation. Best friend, come along. Ah, oh, damn it. I was hoping I could fall on the shelf. So if you let him catch you, it's the good ending. Exactly, right? That's what I was thinking too. Oh no, I lost. Quotes on the lost. Dude, yeah, that single second, right? Where you're like, she's holding me way too long. What the fuck? Best friend, get over here. I need uppies. If you could tell yourself, younger self something, what would be? Good endings are the invention of the government. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, there is, yeah. Once you see him grow up enough, you're like, wait a minute. What am I missing here? Why is she not coming over? Is she just over there bouncing on the thing? No. Get out of there! Ah, I see. You gonna drop something, maybe? Can I shoot this now? No. What am I missing here? Oh, that's so true to be like, I needed fan art of them being happy, because it is so sad, right? Oh, his best friend betrayed for really like no reason too, right? As far as we know, like they could have both made it. There was no reason to be like, nah, dude. Good luck, bitch. Holy shit, the ads again. Okay, hold on. This has got to actually be an issue, right? I wonder if Twitch changed how often ads go off. They do this to me pretty often. No, it should be every 3 minutes. Or every 3 minutes per hour. Oh no, it's 1.5 every 30 minutes. Okay, that's not that bad. It just feels like it's happening more and more often. Maybe I've just been more aware of it. She was Jane Nightmare. Facts. Also, thank you for the check-in and the taxes steals. That is true. She could have been different after she came back. Also, thank you, Shiny, as well. Yeah, I was gonna say, it feels like you never know, right? Her fingers lift? Exactly. Obviously, okay, obviously there's something with that, but... Oh, there we go. I just had to get the angle for it. And then he'll pop the ladder, I'm guessing? Yo, can you throw that shit down, dude? Hell yeah, my boy. Thank you. Honestly, I think the biggest... Once again, angles are my issue with this game. The angles for the bow have been a little tricky at some points. Because I was trying, as you guys saw, I tried to shoot it like 5 times, and I was like, I guess I don't need to shoot it with the bow, it's something else. And then it's like, oh no, I was. I just was standing slightly off. Yo, I hope we don't eat one of these guys, they're my favorite. They give very, like, big gnome vibes, to be honest. Well, little gnome vibes, you know. Little big little gnome vibes. Ooh. Okay, we've got a power supply thingamajig. Yeah, very good game, though. I have enjoyed all of them so far. Yo, friend. Bash that shit. I feel like he may have just had us commit a crime, but it's fine. Oh, yeah, thanks, pal. Oh, he just wants to be warm. Oh, how cute. Oh, he just wanted a little fire. Can I also sit down? I want to sit too. I hugged him. Can I hug them? Oh no! I didn't know we could hug them. That's so cute. I will enjoy the fire too. Oh, this is the cutest part of the game. Little big, just like the planet. Okay, enjoy your fire, friend. Thank you for the light. Me and my best friend have to go now. I'm sorry. I look so ominous holding the light like this. We haven't even gone through this way. What's here? Oh, a bathroom. Just a bathroom? Oh, one of the dolls. I didn't even see it. There was probably a doll in that other room, and I just didn't notice, to be honest. We need to name it, get emotionally attached, and be forever mourning when it dies. Skibbity toilet mention? Oh my god. Curse. Shiny with the brain rot. We do need to... You guys are free to name it. I'm so bad at naming stuff. I don't name, like, anything in my life that's not, like, a living creature. Fuck, dude. Like, I have a bajillion houseplants. I don't name any of them. Stuffed animals, I don't name them. I don't know why. I just don't name stuff. What is happening? There we go. But I'll let other people name stuff for me. Like, I have a houseplant that my mom named. And I think I have, like, 1 or 2 stuffed animals that were named when I got them. Like, they came with a name tag on them. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big namer. Bartholomew Bonaparte. Fair enough. Bonaparte. Bonaparte. Phone a friend. Ugh. Brother, ugh. Yo, look on the bright side achievement. We got a flashlight. Yo! Howdy! Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. Howdy. Welcome on in, everyone. Hello, hello. Hi, Eliza. Welcome on in. How was your guys' stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Okay, let me not fuck up the shout out this time. But welcome on in. Hello. Oh, you were playing Tabletop Sim. Oh, what were you playing in Tabletop Sim? I absolutely love Tabletop. Also, welcome on in, everyone. Hello, though. If you're new here, I am Synth. I am a Devil Ray VTuber. I play a lot of I play variety games. We tell a lot of dad jokes. We have a lot of scuff that happens. But yeah, welcome on to the Tide Pool. I hope, you had fun? Oh, hell yes. I'm so glad to hear that. I hope your stream went well, though. I hope you guys are all having a great time zone. A fantastic, start to your weekend. But thank you, thank you. I'm so glad to hear it was fun. Were you playing anything specific? There's, like, so many possibilities, I feel like, for tabletop, so... Honestly, tabletop, like, very underrated game. Like, just game to have in your game library. I've played D&D in tabletop. I've hit puzzles. I've hit Hentai Uno. You know, Ticket to Ride, Catan. Also, of course, if anyone hasn't had any food or snacks, you know, stretch your legs in a little bit, had water, please do so. Please take care of yourselves. But yeah, welcome on in. Thank you so much. Best friend, hit the uppies. Ah, they won't give me the uppies. Or water. Yes, yes, water. Hydrate. I thought I said water, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I just said to eat. Oh my god! Hello! What is going on? Hello, everyone. Okay, let me back to it. Hello, welcome, everyone. Howdy, howdy. Welcome, Raiders. Adramentus, welcome on in. 2 for 2 for real. Hello. Hi, welcome. Howdy, howdy. Hello, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Ah! Oh my gosh. Rhythm, thank you so much for gifting those subs. Thank you so much. And a hype train? Oh, let's see if the hype train will go off. Do I have the hype train on this one? I should. Oh no, is it not on this one? It might not be. I'm gonna have to hit the hype train. Where is the that's such BS. The hype train should be here. Oh! I'm so glad you got one. I'm glad you like the sub. Thank you so much. Thank you for the raid though. How was I think I hit the shout out, but oh, did I not hit the shout out? Did I get distracted? No, I was doing it.
You're my friends now. We're having soft tacos later.
Sorry, my brain. But welcome on in. Oh, you were also playing. Okay, I'm guessing you guys were playing together. Were you guys playing tabletop together? What were you guys playing in tabletop? Well, welcome. Howdy, howdy. I hope you guys are doing swell. Tabletop Simulator playing Dark Souls, the board game. Oh shit, dude, that's so awesome. I didn't even know that Dark Souls had a board game. That's actually crazy. That's insane. Also, yes, thank you for the hype train. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I was trying to see if they should be here. They should be here. It's a browser source, right? The Twitch alerts, just the one. We gotta make it big as fuck, though, I think. Okay, I will re-hit the redeem. Tabletop is, I will describe it to you in just a second. Hold on, I am having to run one thing real quick. So where is this? That tab. Okay, hold on. For anyone who hasn't seen it, I will run the hype train. I will do the hit for the hit. I will do the test for the hype train. There it is. Hopefully it looks good. Where is it not showing? Where is it? What the fuck, dog? Hold on, I'm so confused. Ugh! Rip, dude! I hate everything! I hate everything! It should be playing. It should be going up. I'm gonna lose it, Twitch. Wait, why is it up there? What is happening? Oh no. Is it busted? Twitch, what are you doing? Twitch, what's wrong with you? There we go.
Train simulator,
there it
bitch.
is.
Motherfucker, what you know? Train simulator, bitch. Watch that train go. I pull up to the
Pull
station.
it down a
I'm
little
on
bit.
time. Stacking mad chips when they hop on my line.
it is.
I ride trains all day like it's my motherfucking day job. Just give me the controls and I motherfucking take off. Cause every driver knows
The train.
needs some loving. 102 hours played, I regret nothing.
Sorry if that was loud, by the way. That's the makeup. I could probably get the conductor hat going again too, maybe. We'll have to see. Oh, is that the Discord invite expired? I can do another one. That one should be... Is that what that is? That you're struggling with? Oh, I see. Hold on. Okay, let me pull up Discord. I thought that was one that would, like, not expire. Good to know. Ugh. But thank you actually genuinely for letting me know, because otherwise I'd probably never know until someone else went, yo, dude, that shit doesn't work. Yeah, I thought I had grabbed the, like, not expiring link, but I guess I'm a silly goose, and I did not invite people. I swear there's, like, a... edit invite link. No limit. Never expires. Generate new link. Copy. Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird. Oh, interesting. Okay, sorry, hold on, everyone. Yeah, no limit, never expire, generate new link, copy link. And let me just post the link, just to double check. Okay, this should work. Oh my gosh, Rhythm, you're what? Calm down! Thank you so much for the extra subs, though. 2 more gifted subs. Thank you.
We're having soft tacos later.
Oh, Kickstarter exclusives are expensive? Oh, yeah, I bet, dude. But that's so cool that they had... Oh, sorry, okay. I was getting distracted with the things. Keeping the Discord. Tabletop... Uh-oh. The hype train. Thank you, though, so much. I do appreciate it. Tabletop, though, for anyone who doesn't know, is basically, it is just a, genuinely, like, a tabletop simulator is the best way to say it. So, anything you can think to make that's similar to, like, a board game or, like, D&D, I'm sure people play Warhammer on it. Hi, Fluff! Welcome on in! Howdy, howdy! I hope you're doing swell. Congrats on your sub. But yeah, you can basically make anything on it. So on Tabletop Sim, you can play a bunch of board games, you can play card games. Like I said, I've used it to play D&D before. I imagine people probably play Warhammer on it. Yes, like the Roblox of board games is the best way to say it. Thank you so much for the follow, Fluff. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing swell. Man, it's dark and spooky in this bitch, huh? I love tabletop. I love tabletop so much. Also, thank you so much. I'm glad you like my model. If anyone hasn't seen it, yo, actually, here's the whole thing. I don't have my jacket on, so don't look at my arms too close, but I don't always look like this. Actually, hold on. Can I hit a... Here you go. That's full model usually, but we're rocking the short hair and the new jacket today. Oh, wait, where did my mouse go? Where did I go? Where am I, huh? What am I doing? Lost, distracted, probably all of the above. Tall, pretty woman, thank you, thank you. I'm just a little guy, but I'll take it. The blue rash. Don't go with the blue rash. Ugh, the worst. The bully. I'm just a flat little pancake. A sea pancake. Oh, there's a ladder over here. This looks... Oh, hey, pal. Can I hug you? Why can't I hug him? He's my little friend. Oh. I feel like I should be able to climb. Oh, there we go. There we go. But I'm glad you guys like the model. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so fair. I know, usually I do not stream this early in the week ever. But I've had a schedule change, so I shall be around much more. But thank you so much. There we go. Okay, let me get on my... We're doing things. Ah! Not the bananas and the Google eyes! Oh, I can't even see them. I can't even dodge the bananas when I have them on. Also, thank you so much. I actually wonder about that because, like, I don't feel like people should have to match their voice models. Like, you know what I mean? But some people I've heard will go up to people and be like, ooh, your model doesn't match your voice, which is so mean. Like, whatever, dude. It just didn't match what you assume they'd sound like. But I do wonder about that. I'm like, oh, I wonder if people see me and are like, I did not think that bitch would sound like that. So I'm glad. You don't think yours does? Oh, I'm sure it does. I don't know. A model's the most like you could be, you know? It is such a mean thing to say. Oh, you made an OC that's blue base and has blue scars splattered across her. Oh, yeah, blue best color. I love blue stuff. Best friend a piece. Unless... we have to go back? Oh, you went chibi to start off with. Oh, I see. I feel like that's fair, though. Like, everyone, obviously, in chibi's not, you know, no one's gonna sound quite like that, right? Unless you're, like, actually a child, maybe? Will we be able to come back through? Okay. Oh, fuck, I have to shoot him. Sorry, I'm locking in. Hold on, everyone. Alright, we're good. Thank you so much for the hype train. I appreciate it. That's what I'm saying! Yeah, that's an OC you pour into yourself and everything. Also, did we get that? I think we got that. Okay, cool. Also, I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Everyone says really nice things about my voice, but I've, like, never been... I don't know. I've just never really been big on my voice. So I'm glad people appreciate it. How do we get out of here? Oh, up there. I think? Yeah, there we go. Man, that's just, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Like, how are you gonna tell someone that, yeah, exactly, an OC they made themselves you don't think sounds like them? Like, whatever, bro. Who asked you anyways? Like, that's how I see it. Oh, I was worried these guys escaped. Okay. The music is spooky. Oh, the Wordle VC? Yes, the Wordle VC. So the Discord's a little... I'm not on Discord a lot, so it's kind of minimal. But we do have the Wordle VC, so on days I don't stream, people can play the Wordle in there if they want to. What am I missing here? Oh, I was just on the door weird. I thought we couldn't go out this way. How silly. How goofy of me. Uppies time! Fuck, dude. I always love when I whisper her over and then I fuck up the jump and then she has to be like, hey, get it together. But also the Wordle, to clarify, our most efficient Wordle guess is penis. I just made one as a Discord VC. It's wild. Look, I'm just saying, a P, a pretty common letter. An E, a pretty common letter. An N, a common letter. An I, also a common vowel. An S, pretty common. So it's a pretty good first Wordle guess, to be honest. Will it ever be it? Probably not. So I'll never probably get a one-shot Wordle. But... I can't wait to hate the angle for this. Yep. Yup. I'm going to fight the camera angle. P and stands P and penis stands for perfect. Exactly. Alright, 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 alright. Fuck! God damn it. Had you on the edge of the seat there, huh? You actually thought I'd get it? How silly. You're on a 66-day streak with a 100% win rate. Hell yeah, dude. That's a good streak for Wordle, to be honest. That is pretty fucking good. Fuck. I don't know what my longest, like, streak has been. Honestly, I used to do it daily, and, like, that's why we started doing it on stream during the beginning of the stream. But then I don't stream every day, and funnily enough, on days I don't stream, I forget to do the Wordle. Hey, 3 more days until 69, too. You gotta make sure you get those next 3 days of Wordle. I hate this part. I hate this part of the game. Okay. Oh, it's in DMs? Oh, I see. There you go. That's a good way to be reminded then. Also, I didn't even know you could have Wordle DMs. You guys are besties. I love that. That's so cute. I love having a friend. I love having a friend. I have one friend who literally, we just will be like, I love having a friend when we're having a wholesome friend moment, and it's, oh my god, stop eating the jump. It's my favorite thing. Literally, the power of friendship, fucking unmatched, dude. Fuck. Bro, besto friend, can you do this part? Because I'm struggling. She's just watching me fucking fuck this up every time. Having a friend, what's that like? What do you mean, dude? Fish are friends, not food. We all know this. Fish are friends. What do you mean? No friends. Oh, finally. Ugh. I don't like that thing. That thing's gonna be evil and chase us. I already know. Best friend, come on. We found another little guy. Yes, that's me. What's up? I think that's me at least. That's usually me. Dark Souls the board game. Yeah, dude, I'll have to try to hop in. How often do you guys stream it? Do you guys stream it usually? Because if so, I'll have to hop in and see if I can catch it. I don't know if it'd be my thing 100% because I'm not super into Dark Souls. I've never played. But I would definitely love to have a peek at least and see what's up. Oh, I wasn't sure if we'd be able to catch on the chain. Tabletop version is a lot different, to be fair. Oh, I bet. I bet. Oh, it's like D&D. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay, okay. You're gonna eat and open your neighbor's plumbing pipes. What? And not tell them? That's crazy, dude. Bro, how'd she get up there? It wouldn't let me just climb up last time. Oh my god, she's wigging out. Okay, we're good. Oh, does anyone want some toilet paper? I'm seeing a lot of places to hide right now. Wait, maybe not. No, I did. Oh, wait. Yes. Take me through, actually. You've been streaming it every other week, but you're open to more often. We might next weekend. Okay. Well, I'll have to check out, see if I can grab a stream of it. Or at least watch the VOD. That sounds spooky. Okay, she's not hiding though, so I think we're okay. Once the AI hides, that's when I'm like, fuck, dude, we better be hiding right now. We better be hiding right now. It's been a passion you've wanted to explore for a long time. Hell yes. Board games are a lot of fun if you can find one that everyone likes and people are like down to join it. Fun. Lot of fun potential there for sure. But it is definitely tricky to find like a type of board game that everyone enjoys and everyone wants to like really get into. Bro, what the fuck? There we go. I was struggling so hard to jump up there. You have to play with a group you can balance messing around and playing. Yeah, that's always a big thing too, right? Yeah, seriousness versus like having a good time still though. Kingdom Death Monster. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one. Alright, this is creepy as fuck. It definitely sounds a lot like D&D then, if you need to like balance who you're playing with. Because that's a big thing with D&D for me. Like, D&D, there's people that I know who I'm like, ooh, I hate that. D&D for me though, like there's some people I know who like D&D and I'm like, oh, you're cool and I like spending time with you, but like I don't think we'd vibe well at the table, you know? Like sometimes that's just a thing. It's very different like playing board games or doing whatever. Like some tasks you're like, this person's great to spend time with, you know, grab a beer after work or whatever, but then you're like, but playing a board game with this person might not be a good fit, right? So it's definitely, yeah, games are that involved. Definitely tricky to get a good group sometimes. More D&D talk, yippee! We do love our D&D talk here. But yeah, very different components. It's the same way that like you could be friends with someone, but like maybe you'd be bad roommates, or you could be friends with someone, but like you'd never date them because it just wouldn't go well. Or you know, you'd be friends with someone, but you wouldn't want to work with them. You have coworkers you like, but you wouldn't want to be friends with those coworkers outside of work. Like there's just, you know, different components for different life and people and stuff. You have to drive home. Okie doke, Steels. Have a safe drive. Thanks for hanging out. I hope your shift was good. Oh, we're gonna put shit in there. Yeet that shit. She fucking hits me in the back of the head with it. He's so funny. Ah, finally making the AI do the work for us. It's about time. Yeah, have a safe Slim. That is an order, correct. That's nice that you don't have to constantly be on top of balancing. Some stuff really tricky to balance. But yeah, also though, like we discussed, also just having a good group of people that can be fun and have fun, but know when to lock in on the game or whatever you're doing. Oh, I think we just gotta wait on timing for this. No, fuck, put the thing away. There we go. I didn't realize I had the bow and arrow out. Yeet. Yump. Oh, we cleared the- oh, that was such a clean jump! Right into the grate almost. Goddamn. What's down here though? Hello, friend. Come with me. We've been collecting a few more, I feel like, in this last hour or so of the game. But we were kind of not great about it earlier. We were missing out. Yo, whose beers are in that top window up there, eh? Oh, I could kind of go for a beer. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Oh, shit, dude. Actually, it's 5 o'clock East time. How's this game? The game is good. I am not a huge Little Nightmares fan. Like, not that I dislike them. I'm just not like a ride or die fan, right? I played the last games recently. Just literally I played 1 and 2 for the first time in the last week. So, my opinion, I think, will maybe not be as invested as other people, is maybe the best way to say it. Okay, you're not either. Okay, I just wanted to say that because I wanted to preface that, like, you know, however I feel about the game might not be accurate to, like, a really big fan. With that being said, I enjoyed 1 and 2. I'm enjoying 3 so far, but I saw on Steam reviews that people were like, I think it's kind of a little lackluster. It feels like it copied parts of the game. Like, it feels like 1 and 2, but, like, watered down a little bit. And that is kind of the vibe I'm getting. I don't want to, like, speak too negatively. I have enjoyed the game so far. It is very pretty. Big agreed. Big as usual, Little Nightmares environments and environmental design goes hard. But the complaints I saw were... Oh shit. The complaints I saw were the puzzles are too simplistic. And it really feels like they just kind of copied parts of the other games. Like, they didn't really grasp what... Like, they said this development team, it felt like they didn't really grasp what made 1 and 2 so important. And they kind of lost it a little bit in 3. And I do think I've seen that a little bit, but I'm still enjoying the game. With that being said, this game was $40, and I do think it's overpriced. I do definitely think this game... If we hadn't already committed to the marathon, I probably would have waited to play it. So I think my recommendation would be, if you want to play the game, to wait. Yes, yeah, it's pretty up there. It's pretty steep. Especially because from what it sounds like, some people were like, I finished the game in 4 hours. So you're paying $10 per hour that you play the game. Right? And that is kind of steep for a video game. Also, where the fuck is this key at? Oh, can I shoot this? Yes, I can. There we go. So, I think the game's pretty good so far. Would definitely, yeah, more expensive than Game Pass, exactly. And I played 2 on Game Pass, too, so it really points that out. I would recommend, if you want to play it, probably waiting. Is I think, my recommendation so far. You canceled your Game Pass from that $30. That's so fair. I have the only PC Game Pass. I didn't have, like, the Ultimate. I had the one that I think was, like, 12, 13, and then, oh no, the chairs that people grow up in. Oh. We hate to see it. But I think what I'll probably do is cancel my Game Pass. I think mine went from, like, 13 to 16 or 17. Because it's, like I said, it's only the PC one. And I think what I'll do is probably cancel it when there's not games I want to play on it, and then reestablish it when there are games I want to play on it. Because, yeah, 30's crazy. Why is this not... Girl, push it from the other side. What are you doing? Do I need to... Oh, I need to push it out. I see. I thought we were pulling it through. My bad. Alright, now up these, please. Big jumps. There we go. Yeah, I saw them claim they upgraded it, and it's like, no you didn't, dude. They added like 1 or 2 new games, I think, and yeah, it was nothing worth it. Oh, I hate that. Why the fuck are they here now? Go away. Yeah, exactly. It seemed like nothing really changed, too, so... Why is she calling? Oh, I thought she was calling me. I was like, what is she calling me for? We're going through the door. We're using the big key. Oh, I hate this. Time for us to leave. I don't think there's anything of value here. Just run out. Run out, best friend. Oh, fuck. Is there anywhere to hide? Best friend, get over here. Oh, God. Okay. We read your feedback. The biggest lie ever told by a company, right? We read your feedback. Yeah, we read it and we threw it right in the trash and then ignored all of your feedback. That's the reality. Oh, he slammed the door. I thought he had... What the fuck, dude? Why do they have such crazy reach, but I don't? We're like the same size. Everyone in this game has a crazy long reach. Yeah, right? Everyone was asking, please, Daddy Microsoft, please let me pay more money. Yeah, that's what fans wanted, 100%. Go in there and break his skull. Perfect. Besto friendo, please! They're gonna fucking get me. Thank you, thank you. Besto friendo, get over there! Besto friendo, why are you running away? They're gonna fucking kill me! Is that all of them? Whew, okay. Now we can jump. That needs to be clipped, oh no! Please, please, Papa Microsoft, the economy is so bad. I just want to hurt more for money. I think I'd feel better if you took more of my money and gave us less games. Oh, no, more dead rats. It makes me so sad. Why can't I save him? Oh, I don't mean to be jumping on him. That was my bad. I was trying to get close to see if I could pull him out and interact with it. When you hug the little guys, it's the jump button. I swear, I swear. Ugh. That's why I was so surprised that I could hug the little guys. Yeah, dude, same. Yeah, I remember saying on, yeah, just talking with people, you know, and just being like, how can I give more money to Microsoft? Just, why won't they let me pay them more? I just don't understand. Why won't they do this one thing for me? They hate me. They must hate us for not letting us give them more money. It's all I talk about. Exactly. Me and the boys, you know, we get together and we hang out and we talk for 5 hours about why Microsoft won't let us give them more money. And how unfair to the rest of us it is that we can't do that. It's so selfish of them to not take more money from us. I'm really glad that, you know, they're finally being selfless by listening to our feedback and letting us spend double on the Game Pass. Because they need it. You know, Microsoft, as we know, small indie company. They don't have a lot of budget, guys. They don't have a lot of budget, you know, when their games come out. They don't have the money to fix them, you know? They need every dollar of a DLC that they can get. I think you guys just aren't understanding, you know? Can't wait for that. Someone to take it out of the context and be like, what the fuck, dude? What capitalist bullshit? No one turn around? Please, no one turn around? Besto friendo, where are you? Why isn't our best friend climbing with us? Are they betraying us right now in this moment? Huh? If it happens again, if we get betrayed 2 games in a row, I'm gonna lose my shit. Oh yeah, console prices are crazy, dude. Honestly, at this point, I so firmly believe that, like, and I've felt this way for a while, but your best bet really is to just have a gaming PC. If you don't have a gaming PC, I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. Because not only are the console prices more expensive, but the games itself for the console have also grown in cost, right? So you're just paying out the ass. Ah! Carl, thank you for the hydrate. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing swell. Also, hi, Ravens. Hello, hello. I hope you're also doing swell. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I mean, the cost increase is inevitable, but I feel like some of them are really crazy. Like, some of the costs are really nuts. I think some games should definitely not have, like, a full fucking $80 price tag on them. But because, you know, one game could get away with doing it, it means that they're all gonna do it, sadly. And a lot of it is just unfortunate, like, greed, unfortunately. Just companies being capitalist assholes type shit. Yes, the market hops on. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, the clip. It's just not fair that Daddy Microsoft doesn't let us pay them more buckaroos. Oh, nothing to see here. Oh, she's just in there. Run away! Run past, friend! Come on! Into the tent. I am once again getting very, shake my head, Bill Microsoft. Billy of Microsoft, what are you doing? Okay. Fuck those guys. Alright, we got this. With my trusty bow and arrow. Die. Go get them. Go get them. Go bash their head in, please. Friend, bash their head in, friend. Thank you. I will get the other one. I don't even know what they're beating, dude. That's a pinata, right? Totally a pinata. Wait, I'm getting what? I don't know what I said. The amount of times someone goes, "What'd you say?" And I went, I don't know. I don't even know what I just said. It's so funny because sometimes people will be like interrupt me like while I'm talking, like in person or whatever, and someone will go, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I interrupted you. What were you saying?" And then sometimes, especially if I'm, you know, I've been, you know, touching the devil's lettuce a little bit, sometimes I can't even remember what I said. And I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I don't know. I was just like nothing important." And I think people think I'm being like self-deprecating by being like, "I don't know what I said. It probably wasn't important. Like, don't worry about it." And I'm like, no, I'm not trying to be. I literally just don't remember what I said, and it was probably something stupid, if we're going to be completely honest. Like, that's the situation. Is she not? Oh, there we go. Fuck, dude. I'm not gonna be able to get the angle on this. But, like, you know, sometimes you just be speaking to speak. I am once again getting... Oh, I probably said get my ass kicked or something. My ass beat. That was probably something like it. No apologies. No. But yeah, genuinely, like, people will be like, "Hey, sorry, I think I interrupted you. What were you saying?" And for some reason it happens. Maybe it's just, like, this one person I know now that I'm thinking about it. But sometimes it happens when I'm, like, already done speaking, right? Like, I was like, "Oh, I don't know what I was saying. Probably nothing important. Like, don't worry about it." And like I said, I think people either think I'm like, "Oh, I'm sad I got interrupted," or I'm like, "Oh, don't worry, you know, if you're interrupting me, that's not important," type thing. But in reality, I'm just like, I don't know, dude. Sometimes I'm just fucking yapping to yap, and I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, dude. I'm just saying shit to say shit sometimes. So I'm like, literally, no, it's probably not that important. Don't feel bad. Yeah, same, dude. Yeah. I'm a yapper. Not like all the time, but like if I am with someone who will enable me to yap, I'm a yapper. Oh my god. Okay, I think we just have to run here. That's a lot of them. Hi, Linda. Welcome on in. Howdy. I hope you're doing swell. We are doing pretty good. Thanks for saying. But yeah, I hope today's treating you well. Okay, what is the play here? Let's see. Oh yeah, rhythm was going off earlier. I'm glad you got one. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Oh, this is a movement-based thing. We can't get too close. I think they get aggroed, maybe? Like, I don't want to be near them too long, I think is what it is. Sneaky sneak. Oh, run away! You just woke up from a nap. Oh, hell yes, dude. A good nap hits so well. Was it a good nap? Do you feel like rested? Sometimes I feel like, though, if you nap too long, you feel like you've overslept, right? Sometimes it fucks you up. But a good nap, that's that sweet spot of the best time. Oh, are there really big dudes and smaller dudes about my size? Yes. So there's like humans, and we're way small compared to humans. But then there's like, I don't think we're dolls, but there are dolls that then are about our size or a little bigger. If that makes sense. I don't know if that's helpful. Okay, I think I need to fall down. Yes. You got your pillow stuck to your face? Oh, damn, that's a good sleep. When you got the pillow wrinkles on the cheek, that's a good eat. Okay, we gotta get around here eventually. Another fuse thingamajig. Yo, hitting the rope like it's gym class. Did anyone ever have to do that? I feel like I saw that in movies all the time. Like, kids would have, like, the rope you'd have to climb up in gym class, but I never had to climb a rope for gym class. What do I need here? You tried. It's really hard. Yeah, I fucking bet. That's so much, like, core and upper body strength. That's a lot. That's a lot to fucking get going there. Alright, I don't think I can throw it out on the left, but I might be able to get it through this one. If I can get it at all. Hold on. Yeet! There we go. Perfect. Flawless yeet. Katana wins. There's a technique with your legs. Oh, that is true. I guess if you, like, can hold on with your thighs enough, probably you can get it, would be my guess. Oh, fuck, dude. I did not mean to fall down yet. SO friend, can you grab that light? Oh, I'm gonna have to go around again. My bad. But yeah, I feel like it's a lot of, you've just gotta have a lot of upper body strength in general, I feel like. But yeah, if you can probably hold with your legs, it's probably, like, not as bad. I feel like I'd be fucking dog shit at it. Also, you've gotta have, like, strong hands, right? Like, you've gotta be able to hold. That's not something, like, a rope, not comfy to hold. So you've definitely gotta have, like, some tough, like, inside of your hands, tough hands. Like calluses and shit, ideally, probably. Oh, whoops. Boop! Alright, and then we go back again. This should be the last one. But yeah, just any climbing where you're, like, having to pull up your whole weight, like, without a lot of, you know, other factors benefiting you or, like, assisting, tricky. Oh, what the fuck? I was not anticipating that shit. That's crazy. She was like, I know what to do. Just jump on this light, no worries. Okay, what's happening? I think we're stuck. I think me and her were trying to climb up at the same time. Yeah, exactly. It's a continuous pull-up, and like a lot of people can't hit one pull-up. I'll admit, I cannot hit one pull-up. If you don't have a lot of testosterone in your body, upper body strength stuff is pretty difficult. So, yippee! Oh no, I don't like this. Unyippies, possibly. I thought the light would be something spooky, to be honest. You're back, you've eaten. Yo, let's go. What'd you eat? Ooh, I think I'll get a sandwich later. Oh, I'm so excited. I mentioned it to people who were here earlier, but I'm gonna get ramen later. I'm gonna get ramen later because it's Naruto's birthday today, and it's an excuse to get ramen and celebrate a fictional character birthday because happy. Oh, burger and fries. Oh, I love a good burger. This is maybe a hot take, but I think I like a good burger more than I like a good steak. I love burger. Will you hit the uppies for me? Okay, maybe we're not supposed to have uppies here. Oh, are we gonna pull this guy apart? Oh! Disgusting. Disgusting. Yeah, dude, happy birth anniversary, Naruto. Yeah, I don't even know how it came up. I just saw it and I was like, oh, Naruto's birthday the 10th. And I was like, oh, I should go get ramen that day. Like, just a very cute, wholesome way to, you know, have a little whimsy in life, a little celebration. But I'm a big fan of that. I was saying that earlier. Like, I'm not Chinese, but on Chinese New Year, like, I will try and, like, oh, shit. I didn't think that would happen. On Chinese New Year, I usually try and make, like, Chinese cuisine and stuff. So I just like to try and, like, celebrate the little things when I can, you know? There's only so many holidays. Oh, you know what? I gotta... There we go. Also, can I pop that balloon? Ah, I can. Oh! In we go, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, there's, I think honestly, like, one of the biggest things about, like, life feeling better and feeling happier is to find, like, the whims, like, not the whims, the whimsy is what I meant, but, like, to find the little joy and stuff, and, like, celebrate the little things you can. It's just nice, you know? Because, like, celebrating a holiday is so cute. Like, for example, I think this is the best way to say it. I saw someone online was like, oh, me and my partner, like, did a Over the Garden Wall, which is, like, an animated show if you haven't seen it. Kind of actually a little bit of, like, Little Nightmares vibes, like, kind of spooky, paranormal-esque, weird type of, you know, content. But they did, like, a watch party when they watched the season again, and they did, like, food, and they set up, like, decor and stuff, and I just think that's so cute. Because it's like, yeah, you can watch it and just watch it and hang out. But, like, to watch it and have a little party and have fun with it, oh, that's such a good time. What are we doing here? Nothing for me to break. Does she need to... Oh, do we need to just pull on this? Oh, we need to get him to break it. I see. Nice, nice. We tricked him. We bamboozled him. Alright. What's my prize? Oh, another one? Oh, I gotta do it fast enough. Oh, okay. Only certain things. Oh, I couldn't see on that one. I thought it was one of the evil ones. Oh, that's a good one. Hold on. that's a good one. Shit. Okay, hold on. I got this. Not that one. Yes, that one. Not that one. Not that one either. Oh, not that one. Shit. Okay, hold on. Locked. Locked. I gotta log in. I sat up. Fuck. I said and I immediately fuck up. It's hard to tell on some of the ones in the back because it's like so unclear. Not that one. That one. That one. Not that one. One more? Not that one either. Yo, there we go. Okay. What do I get? Win a prize every time. I didn't get a prize. I just got an achievement. What the heck, man? That's a lie. Thanks, dude. We did it. After 9 tries. Slowly descending. Oh, dude, since it's spooky season, is anyone watching any spooky movies? Any plans to watch any spooky movies? I have not watched a spooky movie yet this spooky season, but I would like to. I usually try and watch like at least one series in a spooky season. Ah, the lantern! We haven't seen one in ages. Oh, you're not a big fan of spooky. I see. Can I inquire as to why? Like, you're totally valid. You don't need a reason to like it. But, like, some people are like, I don't like horror. Some people are like, I don't like being scared. And then some people are like, I just don't like the themes. You know? Stressful. That's so fair. That is so valid. Yeah, that's valid. I love a spooky, but to be honest, they don't stress me out a lot, and I think that's part of it. Like, if spooky stuff stressed me out more than it does currently, I would probably also be like, ugh. But, I'm very unserious. And so, half the time, I'm actually, like, one of the worst people to watch spooky stuff with, because sometimes I laugh, and I'm like, not even appropriate time to be laughing. I'm ruining this movie for everyone else. Intense psychological horror can be stressful. Yes, I will say the stuff that does stress me out, though, it is stressful, yes. Honestly, I think what usually scares me the most is, like, realistic stuff. Like, home invasion stuff. If anyone's ever seen The Strangers, it's about a couple who's, like, on vacation at, like, a cabin, and a group of people show up to kill them. And, like, literally just because they can. And, like, that's stressful, right? Because I'm like, there could be people that are really, you know, that's a thing that people do. That's crazy and that's spooky. And then, yeah, some psychological stuff is very stressful. Usually, I think because so many components are going in to make it stressful for the audience. Like, you know, sound design, visuals. Like, I think... Yippee! Everyone put your hands up on the roller coaster! Get ready for the drop! Oh, you're in bed now? That's so fair. Yeah, the big nap, so you can take and eat. For sure. Be rested. But yeah, I do agree. Psychological horror can really get me sometimes. Because like I said, I feel like that horror is made to be stressful. It is made to make the audience feel of it. Also, I'm so sorry, ads are rolling. I did not see. Outlast moment for real, dude. Outlast 1 and the DLC for that, very good game. Outlast is actually probably one of my favorite horror games. I tried to play 2 though, and 2 had a lot of content that I just, not a big fan of. I've heard it's a good game though. It's just not for me. Not a good fit for me. I played like a third of it, I think, and then I was like, I'm getting a little too uncomfy with some of the topics at hand. Which I think 1 is also that way for a lot of people. 1 has a lot of body horror. Oh, why are we sad? Oh no, that's important! Oh No, no, hey, don't be mean to your best friend. Don't be mean to your best friend, dude. Oh, the last mirror's broken. I see. I wasn't being smart. Sad. So we can't go through? We can't escape? Can we hug, friend? Can we hold hands, friend? Friend, I'm sorry that I was mean to you and I brushed you off. I love you. Sad, though. I'm guessing that last mirror was supposed to be the escape. And we've been this has been a map that we've been reading the whole time. You started playing Dead Space Remake as you missed out when it released. Oh, Dead Space, very good. We just had someone just rated us who had played Dead Space today, and we were all hyped for them. Dead Space, very good, yeah. Yeah, Dead Space is good. I'm actually considering maybe playing Dead Space. I haven't played Dead Space in a hot minute. I have some other games lined up for spooky season, but my schedule's changed, so I have quite a bit more time. I was like, ooh, maybe Dead Space. It's not too long. Yes, it was minty. Yeah. Ooh. Man, it's... I was to say it's dark in here, and I'm like, well, I do have a flashlight, I guess. I'm an idiot. Yo, a rat that hasn't died. Please don't go into a trap. I would love to see you live. I don't like all those hands. I don't like anything happening right now. This is all bad things. You have a proposition for Dead Space 2? I am willing to hear you out. Yeah, I don't know if I'll play all of them. We'll see. I don't even know if I'll play them. We'll see. Because we have a few other games lined up currently. I'd like to play Soma. There's Soma. I think the Lightkeeper Lighthouse game comes out. And then there was another one. The anthology games. We need to play the last one. Oh, Dead Space 3 is co-op? Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll play them, so I would probably have to pass, unfortunately. But I do appreciate the offer. Honestly, most co-op games, I really just play solo, too. Because like, scheduling's hard, right? Scheduling's difficult. You have to schedule things with someone else, and then I feel like for a game that's story-based too, it's especially difficult. It's like when we talk about D&D, right? The biggest issue is scheduling with people. But like, for example, like you're like, oh, I never see you at this time because I don't usually stream at this time, right? So like that alone probably would mean we'd probably have difficulties. But yeah, but I do appreciate the offer for sure. But yeah, that's my biggest thing. I've had people be like, yo, you want to hit this together? And I'm like, I don't. Sorry, man. I'm probably not going to be available any of the times. Ew, is that an eye? Ooh! Ooh! But I hope you're enjoying your Dead Space run, though. Dead Space is great. Oh, that's... That's awful. I didn't even know Dead Space 3 was co-op. I had no clue. That's the only one I haven't, like, played even a little of. I think I beat 1 and 2, like, way back in the day. But 3 I have not gotten to. But yeah, the other thing, too, like I said, is, like, I have no clue on to play it. So I don't want to, like, hold up anyone's play. I would feel so bad if someone was waiting to play a game and I was like, yo, dude, you want to finish that game in 6 months? Yeah. No, you're so good. I didn't think you were hassling at all. Okay. We might have to sneak past this guy. I hate the way that guy looks, though. I do not fuck with that man's. I'm guessing he's our new spooky guy. There's like a new spooky person in every section of the game. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Go, 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 go. What the fuck? She gave me no notice. She gave me no heads up. She just let me get grabbed. She just watched it happen. Alright, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. I'm caught on something. Slowly, slowly. Alright, let's go! Alright, the other one, the other one, the other one. Okay, and then we need to hide. She hid right away. I hate that little guy. No. Okay, we are looking for a handle. Oh, I see it. It's right up there. It's always on the fucking table. Fuck! Damn it. I didn't think he'd stop eating that quick. No, nothing to see here. Ugh. They're fast as fuck. For having no legs somehow. What the fuck is that about? Big rip. Oh my god, immediately? Ugh. Alright, slow and steady wins the race, I guess. This guy's got like a very Hugh Hefner outfit going, I feel like. The purple coat. No, there's nothing to see here. You've seen nothing. I hate you. Okay, we gotta play way more safe about it. Okay, okay, slowly. Alright, now we go out. Oh, that was so close. I did not think I'd get that. Man, she just sprinted. I was gonna be careful, but she just fucking ran full force. She was like, "Get me the fuck out of here." Which valid. Agreed. Get us the fuck out of here. Let's skadoodle. No! No! Oh, she left without me! God, we've been abandoned again! What have we ever done? Woo! That was close. I was worried I was gonna get squished, to be honest. Ugh, so many teeth again. What is with the mass consumption? Are these, like, mass consumption of dentures? Are they ripping people's mouths out entirely? You know? There was mass consumption of, or mass production of lollipops, too, for a while. Alright, fuck that guy, thank God. I mean, we're probably still gonna have to deal with him, but for now, we're done. And that's what matters. Oh, yo. Yeet. Nuh-uh. Alright. Get me out of this disgusting pool of teeth. Perfect. Let me in. Oh, we're venting again? I think we can go down. Yes. A friend? Where are we going? This is kind of far. Ah, a friend. Let's go. We've collected quite a few, but I know we've missed more. There's no way we've gotten all of them so far. In the beginning, we were finding like 0, so. I just know, I feel it in my bones that we missed a lot of little guys. Which, whatever. There's a lot of collectibles in Little Nightmares games, and I just don't like, my biggest thing about like a game that's kind of puzzly is like, I don't want to spend all of my time trying to think, like, find a secret passage, thinking I could go there, and then be like, oh, I can't go in. I feel, ooh! I feel my synth waves, exactly. Ugh, do I have to go get my friend again? Probably. As I fucking hit the ground. There's a disturbance in my waves. The currents are askew. Alright. Back out. Skadoodle. Skedaddle, skadoodle, your dick is a noodle. Slowly, yet surely. There we go. Alright, and then we don't go in the fire this time. Oh, wait, no, back? Take it back? The dolphins have stopped echoing, the waves are no longer at ease. Oh man, noodle penis. Hey, I'm gonna wait. Okay, don't push me! She's pushing me, dude! She's gonna get me fucking killed. Go, 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 go. Oh, barely. We barely made that. Fuck. I was gonna say, I think she has to go first. There we go, okay. Noodle, what? Skedaddle, skadoodle, your dick is a noodle. Go, 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 go! No, are you kidding me? Oh my god, are you kidding me? I went, you know what if I fuck up this jump? And then I went, there's no way, we're so close. And then I fucked up the jump. That's what I get. Deserved. Deserved, that's what I get. I turned into an angel here. Yeah. Rip. I don't want a noodle, that's fair. Not your favorite type of noodle. Go, 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 go. Big edge. Okay, I will not be an asshole this time. God damn it. The sound of me dying when I didn't need to jump. Oh my god, I tripped there. Alright. Okay. I won't fuck it up this time. There we go. I won't jump for no reason just to do a jump. Is there anything up here? See, like, this looks like we can climb a few things. Is there, you know, something hidden up there? But, like, I don't want to spend all my time doing that for, like, every section of this game, right? So that's why I'm like, ugh, the collectibles in Wall Nightmares, I could do without them. If I get them, cool. If I don't, no biggie. Because I think I was doing that in the first game a little bit, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to be doing this for a shit ton of the game. I don't like that. Something sounds spooky outside. Best friend, hurry! Skedaddle, skedoodle, your peen was consumed by my poodle. No, dude, just bitten straight off. That's crazy. Oh no. Please get burned to death. I need this guy to get burned to death, please, please, please. There's probably a thing to collect on the right. Not worth it. I'm not dealing with it. Oh no, and the spooky guy's up here. What the fuck? Oh no, they got us! And we're separated. Where's my friend? I think we're separated at least. Oh, there they are. Oh, they only got one of us. Also, we got a friend on the right side. I love the little hat guys. They're so cute. I see. I gotta distract him. Hey, listen! Hey, listen! Hey, over here! Yo, we gotta get this guy out of the glass too, though. I can probably Oh, I can definitely break it. I can see it now. Run away, friend! Run away! Oh, they did. Okay, perfect. I hope they lived. Yo, best friends going for it. They're gonna save us. We finally have, hopefully, a good best friend who won't betray us. Oh, this shit's gonna be loud as fuck, though. need to hide? No, they're not hiding immediately. So usually if they don't hide ASAP, we don't have to hide ASAP. But you never know. Bro, who has photos of their family in the bathroom? That seems weird, right? Ah! Thank you for the hydrate. That seems weird, right? Like, oh yeah, I was shitting and I was looking at a photo of grandma the whole time. I love to take a piss and make eye contact with my with my portrait. Weird shit, dude. Weird shit. Photos of real people don't belong in the bathroom. Maybe that's a hot take, but that just seems weird. Man, that door is swinging. Let there be light. Oh, that's like a normal kid. Shit. That's weird. I can't wait for us to only use them to get up on this table. Or not? Oh, trapdoor underneath them. Yeah, sorry, pal. We can't be of help. Good luck, friend. I feel like we definitely could have let them out. The fact that we didn't is crazy. Can I go back? Like, I mean, that just seems fucked up. I don't think I could go back up. Damn, dude. Rip that guy, I guess. Like, I feel like we definitely could have let them out without getting caught. Can we go? Oh, no, I can't go back, right? I want to help the little guy. I see him hiding right there. Look at him. His little hat. You could see it. Maybe we'll help him later. I don't know. Oh, he's running. Run, little friend. Run, little friend. No! No! Don't do it! No, sad. Oh. That's fucked up. I fucking hate these guys. Fuck these guys. Could I have climbed up maybe and gotten there first? Oh. I don't know if this is a good choice. I'm restarting from the last checkpoint. I want to see if we can save him. How far ago was this? Oh, no, it starts here. Oh, sad. You probably can't, to be honest. I'm so sorry, friend. You deserve so much better. Ah. And then we have to go back now, I think? I'm coming, hold on. The hey whisper, but I'm like, I'm trying to not be loud, ma'am. I don't like leaving our friend down there. Damn it, I was trying to get him to come back. Don't go accost my friend. Get in here with me, in this room, where you can't grab me. Aw, friend, I've got you. We have a ride for you. It's pretty lightweight. Haha, get it? Because it's 4 lights? Ha ha ha. You know what? She can just... Oh, I thought it would just go up on its own. Thank you. Thank you for the genuine LOL. Well, even if it's a fake LOL, thank you. I'm glad you guys like my dad jokes. Pretty lights, true. Actually, that is a very nice chandelier. I do big agree. Genuine? Hell yes. Thank you. My ego inflated today. My favorite though is sometimes when I tell someone a pun and they get mad. Because I'm like, you're mad because you think it's funny, because I got you, because I did a hee hee ha ha and you weren't expecting it. Like if I tell someone a pun or a dad joke and they go, shut the fuck up, I'm like, oh, so good. I'm glad you enjoyed the joke, thank you. Oh, that's the kid from earlier. Yo, what the fuck, dude? I wasn't even being that loud. Better not drop them. Else they're sending you back in the cage, Jimmy. Oh, of course it's a fucking key, dude. Can she give me uppies for the key? The uppies are very situational, and I don't understand why we're not doing uppies more often. Like, she could definitely just lift me up there, right? You know? Like, she can hit uppies for the elevator, but not the key. That makes no sense. Where's the logic, huh? Huh? That looks weird breaking those every time, but I swear it's what I'm supposed to do. I conserve strength for up. I guess so. I guess so. Fuck, dude. I was trying to be quiet about that, but I guess I was just a little too loud. Bro, friend, can you go? That's scary. I don't want to have to go down there. You go down there, friend. You go down. Break their ankles. Have a nom on the ankle. Maybe I dropped too quick? I don't really know. Let's get the fuck out of here. I hate their weird, creepy, heavy breathing. Not a fan. Of course it's fucking loud, dude. Why wouldn't it be? Let me up, let me up, let me up. I know that weird baby hand or whatever is probably gonna be able to crawl through the vents, so... Yep! I knew it. I hope he just can't make that jump, though. Go, 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 go. What the fuck? She closed it on me. You gotta go prep dinner? Good luck! I hope it goes well. Thanks for hanging out, Curl. It was good seeing ya. Also, sorry, I feel like I kind of hit a coral there when I said it. Where's she hiding? She hit somewhere without me. What the fuck, man? Alright, slowly, slowly. I guess I'll just stick around with her, because she obviously goes and hides somewhere. Oh, this way. I see. Oh, fuck. No, keep going this way. I'm going the wrong way. Oh, I'm getting stuck. I'm getting stuck. Oh, God. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. It looked like we need to veer off to the right, but no. Okay, just straight down, and then we veer off to the right. Or their left, however you want to say it. Camera right. Our little legs, we can only run so fast. It's not fair. Okay, don't get stuck on this big hand. She's outpacing me. She's gonna leave me behind. Oh, get it, get it. Come on. Come on, get it. Come on, get it. Best friend, let's go. Ah, shit. I gotta shoot this shit. Go, best friend, go. Oh, please let me not fuck up the angle. Go! Jump, jump, jump! Away in the hot air balloon! Oh, thank God, he fucked off, I think. I hope he fucked off at least. Oh no, he has a shotgun! Oh, and the baby's here. He's gonna kill it. He's gonna kill it, right? I hope he shoots it and not us. I hope he gets burnt. Oh, shit. Okay. We gotta jump on it a little bit faster. Fuck, dude. Why is it not? Okay, the bow and arrow was not working for some reason. I think I have to do it on top of the box the way I did the first time. I was trying to do it preemptively, but it would not shoot. Oh, I don't know why, but I just got such a craving for fucking... Jump up! For barbecue food. He's like at us, yeah. I swear, I don't know if it's like a keyboard thing where maybe if you're pressing too many buttons at once, some like don't register, but I swear this game has a big... Okay, I'm jumping up, I'm climbing. A big issue with these not registering. Okay. This is also the issue with like these checkpoints I always find is you start like not... You lose your head start. Fuck. Okay, I gotta have the angle better for the bow and arrow. Let me see. I swear I couldn't get from here, but maybe it was just a bad angle. There we go. Got it. Get me up! Get me up! Game, please! Fucking hell, God. It just, like, sometimes you won't grapple onto things. It's the... Honestly, Destiny had this issue. Okay. Jump! Jump and grab the fucking thing! Oh my God. It's killing me. Okay. Please! Grab the shit! Oh. Okay, let me try from the box, since that's like our biggest issue. Oh my God, we just barely made it, thank God. Okay, don't fall off the little thing. Okay, hold, hold. And then we gotta hold once he gets on it again. Bro, shotgun's crazy. It's so crazy every time someone whips out a gun in one of these games. No, no, friend, what are you doing? There we go. Okay, good job, friend. I didn't think they were gonna jump on for a second. I was like, I'm already up here. Come on, please. Do I need to shoot any of these? No, I think we're in cutscene mode. Oh, we've escaped the spooky carnival and ship so far, and whatever this is, it seems like. I see other hot air balloons out and about, though, which is interesting. Are they other people escaping the ship? Or are they spooky? Also, that's definitely a hand hanging out of the bottom. This is not a whimsical hot air balloon ride anymore. Not that it probably ever was, but... Like, I don't see anyone in that basket, though. But maybe they're small like us and we just can't see them. That one looked empty, too? A lot of them out here, though. A lot of other hot air balloons. Oh, no! Of course. No way that's roll credits, right? Okay. Oh, it was all a dream! Again. Okay, flashback mode. No, is he gonna throw him away? Aw, sad. Because he's probably not allowed to be drawing or whatever. Hide under the bed. He's just a little guy who loves drawing. Oh no! It is all a dream. Oh, sad. He dreamt having a best friend. Oh no, dude. I think... I mean, we're back here, so... Bro, I just want someone to have a friend in this game and have it be happy and healthy and wholesome. I don't even need it to be that. I just want them to have a friend and they both live. Can I get on the swing? If I get on the swing, will she push me? Push me on the swing. Ah, damn. She's not a big fan of swinging, I guess, or pushing. Alright, new area? I'm guessing we've made it to the city from 2, is my guess here. Because this feels like there's like a beach at one point in 2, right? Oh no? Oh, there's a lot of eye shit everywhere though too, which is interesting. Oh, there is... Hello, friend. Come with me. I feel like Little Nightmares is just getting attached to a character and then being sad. Genuinely, I think that's all this game is. That's what's happened for 3 games so far. You get attached to a little guy, they go, hey, you want to look at this cool little guy we made? And you go, that is a cool little guy. Oh my god. I love that cool little guy. And then they make them have a lot of trauma. It's great. I love it. I've had so much fun with it. I'm not sad at all. Oh. Okay. Maybe I need to knock that thing off on the pedestal? Maybe with an arrow? Oh boy, don't I love trauma! Yeah, for real, dude. Me, I hate being sad. Oh, I just shot that bitch in the mouth. Perfect, that works. Get fucked, loser. And I'll do it again. My strong best friend. No, but about 32 nightmares? That's a lot of nightmares. Also, hi Juliana, welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're doing swell. Hello, hello. But no, I was saying, Steels, yeah, it's like, oh, I hate being sad about this thing. Trauma, the worst. And then every show I watch, that's all it is. Will this grab me if I jump down? Yes. Okay, I think I need to let her go, maybe. Leave my best friend alone! Fuck you! Thought I'd let my best friend get injured? You're a fool, plant. You always will be. I don't know why when I hear you're a fool or I say it, I always think of, I think in Tony Stark, sorry, not Tony Stark, Iron Man 1, he goes, you're a fool, Tony! They're like on the rooftop fighting, I think. Don't worry, they're all little nightmares. I don't know, 32's a lot, even if they're little guys. That's a lot of nightmaring. That sounds like a real nightmare. Oh, why is she looking at this? Oh. Hello, wispy friend. She's really honed in on this mushroom person. You wanna hold hands? Are you sad? I'll kill him, don't worry. This game really is just like, well, I'd say it's the power of friendship until you get fucking betrayed. Oh. I might need to, like, shoot out those lights or something like that, possibly. Oh. Oh, they got my friend! That's never happened before. I think I need to shoot out the lights. Usually they just grab me, not the friend. Sad. Even when they split us up, I got grabbed. Okay, so I can... We need to sneak over, then I shoot something. I thought it was a shoot the lights. It shot a glass bottle. Then I shoot something over there, and then we make our escape. I got it all worked out. The strategy. More like the strategies, though, let's be honest. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Nope. Nope, not what I wanted. Ugh. I tried to pull out my bow earlier and it just made me run. Okay, I have to wait until we're right there, pull out my bow, then shoot. Everything singular step by singular step. Patience, Obi-Wan. Alright, let's go. Can she bing bong this? Can she hit this with the gong? Oh, that's crazy. Is that a big snake, dude? Step! Step! I see what you did. Also, you still- oh no, it's a big foot! Oh, disgusting. I didn't need to see that. Hello, friendo. Goodbye, friendo. You doing some hop, skip, jump in here? No. I think we could just collect that friend. Wait a minute. I see a lever. Oh! Not that way. Got it. Okay. Understood. Okay, that is just a straight drop. Alright, in the elevator we go, I guess. Not that way. There's probably something I'm missing here. Oh, she's just sitting. How cute. Alright, I'm not seeing anything in here. We might just come back in this room in a little bit. What's this say? I think that's... Will that work? Is that broken? Oh! The game got a little odd for a second. Did I do a loop? No, I don't know where we're going. We're going pretty far this one way, though. Okay, a key. Again, a key, as usual. Okay. This is a big area to explore. Oh! Okay, not that big. Some of it's just an open hole in the floor. Got it. Got it. Makes sense, of course. My bad. Let me go forward at all? Oh, what the fuck? Interesting. This is giving all these, like, eyes and triangles are giving me a lot of, Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls vibes. I don't know if anyone watched Gravity Falls. Very good show, I have to say. Highly recommend. Gravity Falls is great. But very, very Bill Cipher-y-ish. You know Bill Cipher? William Cipher? Billiam Cipher? Oh my god, she just leapt up there on top of that bitch. Now, I don't know if we can pull this yet, but I'm gonna give it a quick shot. Also, yeah, big Illuminati vibes, right? Yeah, all of it is for sure. Jump up on the cart. There we go. Okay. Alright, I didn't think that that would work because I think the fuse we put in is shit. I think it's broken, or it needs electricity. But I wanted to try before we get too deep into this left side. Alright, come on, friend. We're going this way. Alright, I feel like the puzzle's gotta be in this room. We need a key from somewhere. I think this is the first puzzle we've been on, but I'm like a little stumped. I'm probably just not seeing something in one of the rooms, though. I can't pull the blocks. I tried to earlier. Can't grab them. Any sign of besto friendo? No. We have a new besto friendo. We have a real besto friendo. We've moved on. But no, we haven't seen anything yet, though. Maybe some climbing over here? Well, I think these are new characters, so I don't even know if they'll interact with the other characters. I mean, we'll see. They might. But I think this is a new set of besties entirely, from what I can tell, at least. So I don't know if we'll see some crossover. I feel like this is just a lore room. TV! I know! Big TV. Alright, then what am I missing in here? gotta be missing something in one of these rooms. Can I climb the shelf, maybe? Or there's something I can hit with the bow. I can see that we can go up that way on the left. Can I actually make this climb? No. Doesn't seem like it. Missing the point. Probably. I was gonna say, I've seen these darts, and I mean, maybe I can try it, but I don't. Okay, that's what I thought. Not seeing anything to break, like any frayed anything. I already tried to get these down with the blocks. Can I break the wood with an arrow? That seems unlikely, but maybe. Oh, I can't even have it out while I'm up here. Maybe if we bounce? No? Okay. I feel like whatever I'm seeing, I'm just missing in, like, the corner. AKA half of this game. Half of this game is like, oh, you're a little blind. Good luck, man. And I couldn't break the TV. I don't know. I might have to look this one up. I'm, like, just not seeing any of it. We did the fuse and stuff. But I have not seen even a hint at a key. I'm not seeing anything to break. A door's like a door, you know? There's something above the seesaw. I think it's just a hanging rope. I don't think we can actually really... Or it's a branch. That, right? The plant. Oh, I kind of see. It looks like a... Can I get that? It does look like there's something up there. But I don't think I can... If there is, and it's actually supposed to be a thing, I don't think I can shoot it. I don't think we can launch someone. Because we can't break the blocks. Unless she can come over here and fucking... I've, like, tried to get her to get the blocks out of here, but she won't. I can't shoot them. I can't, like, just grab them the way that you have been able to in Game 1. So, yeah, and we're not heavy enough. So, because the blocks are under, right? But... I can't get the blocks! And she won't break the blocks. Also, I don't know if that's anything that, like, really needs to be looked at up there as much as I think it's just, like, spooky stuff. Alright, I am gonna give this a look. Oh, whoops. I didn't post my tweet that I was live earlier. That's funny. The one spot we've gotten stuck. Yeah, big red herring vibes, probably. Someone's gotta have done a walkthrough already, right? I just need, like, the little nudge for where we're at. Oh my god, do they not have it up yet? Does someone not have it up yet? That's crazy. Only the first section? Is that all that's out right now? Damn. I just need to know the little bit. That's crazy. People have chapters out yet, but not this one from what I can see. I mean, I guess I can watch a walkthrough, but usually I just like a, hey, this is the small thing you're kind of missing. Maybe everyone is also getting stuck here. True. Okay, give me 1 minute. We'll see, we'll see. Now's a great time for a break. Stretch your legs, your arms, your fins. Grab a snack, grab some water. I think we're almost near the end. Hold on, I'm seeing someone else struggle. I'm glad I'm not the only person who struggled here. It might just be an angle thing too. Okay, it is 100% just an angle thing. All right, 1 second. Let me get the yump in. Also, you're checking on your rice. Oh, that makes sense. I was wondering. I was like, didn't you go to get dinner? What's going on? I guess I just didn't. I have to go up on this side specifically. Ah, fuck. I fucked that up. Which I will say, I think a lot of my issue with this game, anytime I get stuck for the most part, is like, oh, okay, I tried to do that. I just didn't try to do it that specific way, so I didn't know if I could. So also streaming this and stream snipe fans. That'd be wild. So funny. Oh, yo, this is the room! This is the room he woke up in. Oh, shit. And I'm guessing if I get the key, then we get let out. Oh, that's you. That's you. That seems good. That seems like a nice light, right? Oh, you're so good, Steels. The gift of second sight was our achievement. I'm taking the doll with us. Oh, we just walked through that door? Okay, now we go through. Oh, I was able to throw it through. Oh, fuck, but I need it, I think. Oh, wait, hold on. It should be on the other side. Oh, this is so cute. The doll lets you see better. Oh, we found another friend here because I brought the doll. That's so cute. This is a very, very, very cute concept, especially for a game. Oh, there's a fish on the table. Oh no, rip the fish! No, I let it die, no. Of course. Can't have shit in these games. All you're allowed to be is sad. Fuck. So funny when she reprimands me when I fuck it up. It makes me laugh so much. No one will get us, right? We have the doll. Everything's happy and good and happy fun times. Nothing bad will happen, right? Right? It's so crazy to see that there's nothing here otherwise. This is a hole in the floor. I'm so shocked that those don't break when they just get thrown around like that. It feels like they absolutely should be. Oh, sorry, friend. I did not mean to run ahead. Oh, there's just nothing to see. Oh, she won't throw it. I was wondering if she'd maybe throw it over, but she won't. Because I think we're gonna have to drop the doll here, unfortunately. The fish! It's alive again! Can you drop that, friend? Okay, friend. I'm gonna put the doll here. Fuck. It has to be further enough away. I want the doll! I want to keep it. Ah, she gets over here too fast, damn it. Friend, just drop the thing on the other side! Why is she not eating it? Is this not the way we need to go? Maybe it's not. Okay, she does not seem to want to let that go, so I guess not this way. Will she throw it over? Dude, give me that! Okay, I think we just need to get her to follow us. Nope. Jump. There we go. Yo, eat that shit. Come on. She's gotta just throw it. Oh no, she's dumb. Our best friend, but they're stupid. Yo, can you drop that shit, dude? Throw that shit over. Throw it! Ugh! She is so stubborn. Yes. Eat that shit. Can I have it then? Now I'm like, man, I might have to look this up again because she won't fucking throw it over. You know, watch. Like this. She's just jumping at the wall, dude. I don't know how to help her. I don't know how to help her. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have a sneak peek. Oh, what? This person was able to pick it up at some point somehow. From the friend. Okay, she is just being stubborn, is the issue. She is 100% just being stubborn. Okay, this is not me. This is some glitch or something. In this person's game, the other person threw it over. I think my AI might just be bugged. Fuck, dude. Maybe the doll's too close to her? Is that what it is? Maybe? I don't know. Come on, babe. You got this. Throw it over. Fuck, dude. She's stupid. Literally, she should just be throwing it over. This is so frustrating. Sorry, I'm watching this just to be extra sure. Yeah. Individual one goes over through the wall, and then the thing comes over immediately. I think my AI is just fucked. Give me that shit. Give it here. You pick up the best friend. God damn it, ma'am, please. Throw that shit over. I don't know the solution here. Restart from checkpoint, I guess. Oh wait, hold on. This will be a little closer. Why is that not working? Why does this feel even worse now? Yes, I agree. I also need to get up there. What the? Did this get worse? Oh no. The span on it used to be like way bigger, right? Maybe we don't need to open the door yet? Hold on, where did it check mark us? Okay, we're here. Why is it so bad now? That's so weird. It's like too big of an angle now. And as soon as I drop it, I lose it. Okay, interesting, I guess. Can she hold it? Can you hold this for me? Okay, I guess I could restart from checkpoint again. I just don't understand. I'm losing it, like, right away. It didn't drop that much before. Oh, what the fuck? Was she just not with me fast enough? Oh, I think I ran off without her, my bad. You pick it up! You pick it up! Hold yourself! I hope it doesn't need a full game reset, but we will try next. Yeah, I just can't get that. I can't. It's too small. Okay, I guess exit to main menu. Okay, it's not broken now. Sick. No poke. My soft spot, dude. Oh, fuck. Not that. Not that. Also, hi, Pedantic, though, welcome on it. No, that's the soft spot, dude. What the fuck, man? Why are you poking me on other people's behalf? That's messed up. Also, welcome on in, though. Howdy. I hope you're doing swell. Hello, hello. Alright. We love game not broken now, hopefully. It's always the chance it will still be broken. No. Give me that! You hold the doll. You son of a bitch, you're gonna make me hold the doll. She better not fuck it up this time. Or they, I don't know. I just assume that there's, like, no genders for anyone in these games, to be honest. Like, I feel like we're all only saying she because of the hairstyle, right? Like, let's be real. Let's be real. And that's kind of stereotyping. Like, we can't even see the face! They're just an amorphous blob type with hair. Alright, we gotta go back and grab the friend. Fish, come to life! Perfect. With the powers of an imaginary friend, I bring things back to life, and we do some weird time traveling, I guess. Ah! Thank you for the hydrate. I will get that in just a second. Oh, okay, we've already gathered our friend. Okay, let me have this hydrate then. Thank you, thank you. I gotta go eat after this, dude. I'm hungies. I had some cottage cheese earlier, but that was it. I didn't realize until I went to get that water. I was like, oh, I'm kind of hungry. Kind of in a mood for some food. I might just have like oh, I was talking about having a sandwich earlier. Ooh, I think I will have like half a sandwich maybe. But then I'm gonna get ramen in like 2 hours, so. Okay. Besto friendo doll has to go over here. And she will hopefully follow me over this time. There it is! Good job, Besto friendo. I want my doll, though. Yay, yippee! Yeah, it worked this time. It was so funny because she was just bashing into the door last time over and over, and I was like, that's not... My guy, I don't think that's working. Oh, I don't think we can bring our friend. Can I just like, yeah, yeet? No, I don't think so. Unfortunate. Sad. Alright, friend. Thank you. I'll put you over here near the fish. So the fish can stay alive. Fish, you get to live. Goodbye. I was really hoping we'd get to keep the doll, but I figured. She was trying to, she was up against the door, like jumping into the door while holding it. So I definitely think something just got bugged. I look so ominous when I hold the lights because of the mask. It's so funny. I look way, way more evil. Well, not to say we look that evil to begin with, but we look very spooky with the light under us. Dude. This game gets so weird about, like, are you close enough to something to do the interaction? There we go. No, put that shit in. There we go. Yeah, if you ever see me, like, throwing them, it's because I'm trying to get it to activate it, and it's just, like, not. Right. Alright. We finally made it. A little bit of a lookup and a game break later. We got it. Back to the spookiness. All the sodas. Who wants a soda? I got you. Also, is that kanji? Which is kind of interesting. I looked like it was kanji on the sodas. Oh, I don't like that. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, best friend, let's go, best friend. Run. Fucking run. Oh, okay, we gotta hide. I was wondering, I was trying to pay attention to where we would need to go, and I did not watch her close enough. Which is the AI will do what needs to be done immediately. So to be honest, it's kind of like low-key a cheat code out, like when it comes to like which way to walk and stuff. Like puzzles, they won't necessarily help out with. But like if it's time to hide or not, they got you. Dude, we already saw the foot earlier. It was disgustingly large. I hated it. Because I went, oh, is that a snake? I was like, Resident Evil snake time, big snake time. And then I went, no, that's a leg. Oh, there's a foot. I need uppies. Clearly gooning too much. Yeah, dude, that's the jerk in it arm. Yeah, I'm trying, dude. I'm trying, okay? Go, 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 go. Fuck, dude, this way? Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, you gotta get out of there right away, I guess. Okay, or not? Alright, was not allowed to move in those first few seconds. At all. Her little, the way their hair bobs, their little hair ponytails bob is so cute. I just noticed that. Yeah, double smacked for real, dude. The schmackening. Fuck, dude, she's so fast. You gotta be so fucking fast. Like, cause I'm up on the thing still when it's opening, right? She gets to leave immediately. I think that's one of my biggest issues with this game, is you've gotta be really on top of timing sometimes. And then the camera change happens, so it's like hard to see for a little bit, to be honest. Alright, I'm going, but God, she's so much faster than me. Like, do you see? She's fucking outpacing me immediately. I don't know if I'll get there in time because she's fast as fuck. Oh, thank God. Oh, break it, break it, break it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It was because I jumped. I helped. Oh, just stay hidden in the plants. Oh, an eye in the hand. Yo, true. We all be cuties in here. Facts, facts. Thanks, pedantic. No, you reverse Uno. We're alive, but we're dead, but we're alive. What's that from? Is that Avatar? I can't remember. Ah, getting puffing those shrooms, dude. Huffing these spores. Is it the mycelium? Let it be inside you, dude. Be one with the mycelium. I think that's the name of it, right? Like, basically like the underground mushroom network, the mycelium. I might be wrong, though. I might be lying. Spreading misinformation. Ah, yes, I love that photo of a one potted plant that looks sad. A nether lock! Yes, yeah, they make monsters out of everything so well. I will say, though, I think... Oh god, this fucking lady. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to shoot it. I was kind of hoping that maybe I'd piss it off and it would grab her instead. Not what I wanted. Oh, it did grab her! Let's fucking go! Give me that key, bitch. Get fucked, ma'am. I figured it would have already been grabbing her if it was going to be hostile, but never mind, I guess. Easy key open. Usually you have to hunt forever. Well, not forever, but a while, right? Have there been any other monsters you've missed prior to the Jorkin arm? We had Big Baby. We had, like, a guy in a suit who had, like, a doll with him. Almost like a, if you think of, like, a ventriloquist, kind of, but the doll was definitely alive and moving. Or, like, the little baby, whatever it was. What else did we have? There was something else, too, that I can't remember. Spider Lady? A Spider Lady? Oh, if I had left the doll on this side, I think we would have it. I think I have to go back now. Spider Lady, was she hot? No, she was not hot. I think the Secretary Lady was the Spider Lady, if I remember correctly. Honestly, I think the other two games have had better monsters. Maybe a hot take, but that is my opinion so far. Doll, I came back for you. Friend, come with. If she stays on that side, she's gonna get stuck. I'm glad we got Bring the Doll with us in the end. Oh, was this her room? I wonder. Your favorite monster is either long-necked arm boy from the first game or long-neck lady from the second. That's fair. Those both stand out a lot to me, in my opinion. Oh. I think we have to leave you, doll. I'm gonna leave you over here. On the pillows. I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Oh! Oh my god, did you see the hair freak out when I did that? That's so funny. I didn't realize there was nothing under that floor. So we got, I guess we can't put it down on the pillows. We gotta keep it near the edge. Nice walking. I know, right? Killed it. Would you say you fell for it? Or should I walk by again? Ha ha! Get it? It's a double pun. Hold on. You stay over here. Alright, we just need, like, the door open. There we go. Oh. Thanks. I hate everything. Fuck! I knew I was gonna be too close to one of them. Yeah, dude, fuck this entire room. Almost had it there at the end, which means that this run will probably be bad, and the next 5 will be bad until we get it. Once I do good on the first one, oh, all of the other ones suck, usually. Do I need to go between them, maybe? Maybe that's what it is. Woo! Okay. Run away! Best friend, please come with. Okay, they made it, thank God. Yeah, very zombie, very, honestly, very not Left 4 Dead, Last of Us style zombie there. Oh, I'm sad we couldn't bring the doll, but it's okay. Oh, we're outside, thank God. Oh, you've never played Last of Us? Last of Us has clickers that will sit there and be like, ugh. There's a foot sticking out of that plant. I hate it. That victory bell ate a person. Look at that. But they make these really creepy noises and they kind of just like move around, and then once they hear you, they like and grab you. Can you do that on this side too, dude? Oh, we gotta jump on the thing. Should probably see a doctor for his arms bending that way. For real, dude. That doesn't look good. Those bones. He needs more calcium, dude. He needs to drink more milk. That's what happens when you don't drink milk. Besto friendo, you're lagging behind. Nice. We've made it. Oh God. We've made it for now. Why are you just standing there? Oh God. Yeah, the plague doctor mask, it's very cool, huh? I don't know if there's other hats. I think I heard they had to be DLC for it. So this is just the default look. Get fucked, bitch. Fuck off. Leave me and my best friend alone. Oh god, it's Bill O'Reilly. Honestly, kinda the vibes. Oh, O'Reilly? Oh, fuck. There we go. Fuck, I was gonna say, I can't wait to fuck up all these jumps several times. Ooh, also, man, it's hot in my room. Getting a little sweaty. It's probably hot today. It's been hot all week. I hate it. I hate warm weather. For the Fahrenheit inners in chat, anything like above 75, not for me. It's fine if I'm out swimming or like doing an outside activity, you know? But like being inside and just having the heat get trapped, like, ugh, no thank you. I'm so bad when it comes to heat. I will literally get sick even though it's too hot, which is crazy because, like, I've got a lot of melanin, dude. Isn't that what I'm made for? To be able to, like, resist the sun? Weren't my ancestors out in the sun, dude? That face looked exactly like the Bill O'Reilly parody from the DMC reboot game. Oh, I bet. He looks like a Nether character, too, that I could not think of. Resist the sun? Can't relate. Crazy. Oh. Okay, I gotta hold it. You go in, best friend. I guess I just fucking hang out. I was gonna say, I wonder if she'll break this, yeah. I was like, that's looking suspiciously patchy. I don't know if I mentioned it, but I think I got an achievement earlier for just calling her like 9 times in a row, which is funny. I think you can do the same in 2 as well. I don't like this music, dude. Sun is your mortal enemy, that's fair. I love the sun, but I don't love the heat. Like a sunny day? Ooh, yes. Although mostly my preferred weather is stormy. But like a sunny day, really nice sometimes. But if it's hot, ooh. Well, you're not supposed to stare at it. Oh my god, dude. Speaking of, I saw a video on Instagram earlier of a guy responding to this type of video. But it was a video, I guess they're called sun gazers. And they're people who stare at the sun and insist that staring at the sun is good for them. And you could see it's so funny because as this guy's staring at the sun, you could see him being like, hold on, I feel like I gotta get close for this. He was like literally like trying to not, his eyelids are twitching the whole time as he's staring at the sun. And the guy was like, dude, he can't even stare, like he's saying this is good for him, but he can't even handle it. His eyelids are literally telling him to stop staring at the sun. It was so crazy. You don't stare at the sun, you're just light sensitive. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. But yeah, I was like, bro, what do you mean people are actually staring at the sun and being like, it's good for you. This is a good thing you should all be doing. Bro, my guy? Okay. Not this way yet. What's back here? You saw a 10 Pelly bullshit episode about someone staring at the sun. Although they did it while high on mushrooms. That makes sense, honestly. I could see that. I could see that for sure. Because, yo, dude, from what I've heard on mushrooms, like, the nature be naturing while you're on them, you know? So I could definitely see someone being like, oh my god, the sun, and just staring. I like the way they when they walk across the board. So like dainty. It's cute. Is there anything here? I see an escape route. I don't know if I want to go this way yet. Let's go unlock that door. Or do we? I don't want to go and then not be able to get out. Oh, it's a little guy. I'm glad we went this way. Okay. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Actually, hold on. What's the point of lighting that? I don't know if there is. Maybe there's something if I had done it in the other order. I don't know. It's time to skedoodle. Oh, they're just waiting up here at the top for me. How cute. Nope. I always get like stuck right at the top of the ladder. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Man, we are right up on each other. It's just crazy. Like, we're all wearing masks, multiple masks, but no shoes. What's that about, huh? This looks like a hallway that's good to get chased in. I would like that to not happen, but, you know, I'm putting the pieces together. Things are adding up. The pieces be puzzling, if you will. What now? Aw, how cute! Oh, they're aura farming. It's time to aura farm. Is this the end of the game? Cutscene? 1331 is the bed. I like Little Nightmares, but God, I'm someone who likes lore. Oh shit. This is not the end of the game. Time to go. A man! No, an old man! Ugh, the worst. Anything but that. Oh, I hate that. God, she's so much fucking faster than me too. I hate it. Like, she's way up there. I'm so far behind. She's gonna leave me. She's gonna abandon me. I'm gonna be betrayed again. Fuck, dude. Fuck, 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 fuck. Push, push, push. If you're not in the right spot on these doors, you will not push. It sucks. Go hit the gong. Go hit the gong. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Get him. Wah! She just... Why is she so much faster than me? I don't understand. I feel so slow in comparison. Oh, are we safe here? Why is she just not moving? Friend, come on. Oh, a mirror. We can escape. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Do the thing. Take my hand, please. Oh, I hope she doesn't get grabbed as we go through. I'm worried. No! Come with! Come with! Why is she not? I wonder if she can't go. Or they can't go. Is it like a figment of an imagination thing? Oh, fuck, not the mirror. No! Friend! No, friend! Come on! Oh shit. Oh fuck, I got fucking folded by that TV. Oh man, those TVs fall everywhere. Okay, let me just try and stay with her. Which is what I was doing, but it kind of looks like she's getting hit, so I didn't want to stay, like, too close to her. In case she's just invincible and I'm not, you know? Oh yeah, we gotta go. Gong it! Hit it! Oh, she got it, let's go. I'm doing my part. Oh shit, I think wherever the light goes is where stuff's going to fall, is what I noticed. But, like, then stuff falls away, it, like, slides away and bounces off, and I keep getting hit by that shit. I hate that we have to watch that early cutscene. I'm just not a big fan of, like, having to rewatch stuff if I mess something up, if that makes sense. Okay, back here. No, stay up here. And then the gong. Oh my god, grab it! Grab it! She was like running into it. Okay, and then I need my bow out. Shoot it. Kinda stay near her. Oh fuck, I didn't think I'd have to jump that far. That's what I'm saying, is like the spillage from all the wreckage is what's mostly getting me. You were fine, but that one TV had a wild bounce and it fucking killed you. I'm trying to dodge like Spider-Man. I don't know if it's working though. See, like, she's almost getting hit, so I don't want to stand too close to her because I feel like she might just be invincible is what's happening. Okay, and then the gong. Yeah, I'm already here, girl. Let's go. Our best friend, besto friendo. He was just regular Peter Parker without powers. Yeah, that makes sense. Of course, of course. Okay, and then get this bitch out. I think we had to climb up pretty far here. Come on, friend, over here. And then from this one, they came all the way over here. Yeah. Okay, cool. Go get that, go get that, hit that. You got it, I believe in you, come on. Nice, nice. Oh god. I feel like she was supposed to go hit him, to be honest. What the fuck? Yeah, the destruction is animated very well. I feel like she was supposed to go ham in the glasses. I don't know why she didn't. Holy shit, that got under me somehow? That's crazy. Okay. She like walks into it for a few seconds. It's the worst. Alright, get it. Got my bow ready. What the fuck? Bro, what is... I feel like I'm just dying to nothing sometimes. Alright, that's done. That's parked now. Then back this way. Now over here. Yeah, the animation team, I will say, like, despite all the things we've been like, oh, game 1 was better about this, or game 2 was better about this, I think once again, the environments they killed it on. They look great. Okay. Did I not shoot it fast enough last time? I don't know what the issue is. She came like all the way over here. Oh. Fuck, dude. Okay, and now I guess I'm gonna sit near her. I don't know what we need to do here. Oh, she's doing it this time. Okay. I knew she needed to do it. I don't know why she didn't do it last time. Maybe I guess I asked her too many times? I don't know. Yeah, no, very good animated destruction scene, though. I agree. No! Not again! Please pull me up! Oh, no! Oh, no! They hugged us! Oh, we're hugging as we all fall to our death. That's sad. No. The trauma. Sad. Even in fantasy land, things don't go right. Also, is that a yellow raincoat, specifically? They showed the guy in 2's face, eventually, when he, like, grows up, I think. Or they did at some point. But yeah, they showed it have shown it pretty frequently in this one. Oh, my mask! Oh, shit. Well, I guess we're about to see more of it. I know, my plague mask! Sad, ripperoni. Yo, fuck that guy! He broke my mask. Also, we appear to be very injured. This is not good. Is it walking aura farming time? Come on, let them aura farm! They've been suffering for so long. Oh, through the mirror! It's still intact. Okay, come on. Maybe they'll take my hand this time. I don't know why they didn't last time. Like I said, maybe it is because they are like a fictional friend or whatever, and they can't come with me. Take my hand. No, again. I think they can't come with, I'm guessing. It's something. But they've gone through all the other ones. Oh, they can't go through. I hope. Oh no. Oh. Tragic. Oh, you could see them holding the glass on the other side. Yeah, they only exist with them. Oh, sad. They must only be able to exist here or whatever. No. Dude, are you kidding me? That's what we've been looking at all game? The sad little home drawing of us together? Our character... That's actually genuinely fucked up. I'm guessing they could only exist in that universe or whatever because they were a fictional. The real memories are the friends we made along the friend you made along the way. Yeah, fuck you, dude. That's a crazy achievement. Low-spirited, and the description is the real friend or the whatever. The real journey is the friend you made along the way. Oh. That's so mean. That's so mean. So, it's heavily implied that that character is like an imaginary friend to the Plague Boy. And I do think that for whatever reason, outside of wherever the mirror transports you to, like they can only exist in that world. So, once the boy went through, I don't think their imaginary friend could come with. And so then I think they ceased to exist once they weren't there imagining them. Yes, dude. It's a great day for rain. Sad. Big Sag. Also, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna let this run for a minute. I just got run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, ad started. Perfect timing. I'll have you know I could feel that. Excuse you. But thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. I am not shrimping since I just sat down. And I will have a big stretch. No, I see them flying in! I'm trying to stretch! Ugh, the worst. Ugh, God damn it! I see the first one slowly flying at me, and then it happens. It's so funny to see the first banana across the screen, and then the barrage. Just enough time to feel fear. Okay, I was gonna just try and speed through all those, but it was not. Oh no, oh god. Not everything everywhere all at once. After credits scene? Interesting. Oh. We're bigger. Is it because we came through the mirror? Sad, dude. Oh, sad. Rip. Is that it? I think that is it. Damn. Damn. Also, I'm so sorry. I gotta stop for one more second. Don't hit me. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for not launching several bananas at me while I was gone. Well, rip that game. Oh. Rip our best friend. Ugh, our besto friendo. No one's allowed to be happy in these games ever. Ever allowed to be sad. Don't drop the piano! What the hell, dude? Yeah, I also don't appreciate the endings getting sadder and sadder. What the fuck, my guy? What the fuck? I'm not cool with that. I did not approve of that, you know? I just didn't. I just did not approve of that happening at all. At all. Alright. Hold on, I'm getting... Ooh. I'm getting the Wordles up. We didn't do Wordle at the start. We just got right into the game, so. It will not summon Donkey Kong. God damn it. Oh, sorry, that's kind of loud. Wordle. Schwordle. The Schwordle Squad. Dude, shout out to the Squirtle Squad, though, genuinely. I love the Squirrel Squad. I fuck with those boys. I fuck heavily with those boys. What is... Alright, we'll see how this this Wordle looks. Things look weird. I don't know why this Wordle looks so off. It's not usually like this. Oh, I'm too far over. Hold on. I'm hiding. That should be good. Look. I don't even know what I said. Yeah, water type, best type. Penis. Oh, right. Fucking with the Squirtle Squad. So, this is what I mean when I say things, and then sometimes I'm like, fuck, dude, what did I just say? I do. Hey, they're sick as hell! They got matching robes and glasses, dude. Ugh. Not great. I don't think it's gonna start with an R. You could do, like, Realm, maybe? I don't think realmy's a word. Lemurs with an U and no R. Oh wait, no, yes R. Use waterboarding? No, I'm not allowed to. The government says I can't anymore. Is it lever, maybe? I'm trying to think. I feel like I don't think this can be anything else. Leggy. No, we need the R. Yo, let's go! Oh, okay, not bad, not bad. I was getting a little worried for a second, though. A lever. Lever? We saw a lot of those in today's game. We saw a shit ton of levers, honestly. Like, I was to make a hardly nowhere joke, you know, the usual. But we actually did see a lot of levers. Let me get a little smaller. And ugh, I'm always on the side, dude. There we go. Okay, what do we have? Magic, naked, important devil. Interesting. Okay. Deadly sin. Oh, things that there's 5 of, maybe. Evil. Lovers. Continent. Oh, sorry. 7 deadly sins, 7 continents. 7 sisters, maybe? 7 wonders of the world. Yeah. Oh, one is septet. The government's looking in the other direction now. Okay, who wants to get waterboarded? Thanks for being checking out. Keeping an eye on them, Ravens. I appreciate it. Naked. Serious. Evil. Devil. I don't know. North Star. Third. Oh, big, major, important. Star, maybe? Or serious? Serious, then. There we go. Naked magician lovers. I mean, we're getting there. It's gonna be naked something, I think. Third. Lovers? Oh, cards! They're cards. The lovers, the magician, the star, and the devil, maybe? Tarot, right? Yeah. And then evil magic. Third. I don't know what this will be. Blank eye. Ah. Okay, so we had 1 in a septet, so one of 7. Continent, deadly sin, sister, and wonder. And then significant, big, important, major, serious. Tarot cards with so the devils, the lovers, the magician, and the star. And then evil eye, magic eye, naked eye, and third eye. That makes sense. I figured it was to be naked something. Not bad, not bad. Pretty quick, honestly. Pretty quick. Synth dad? I hope so, dude. I live to be a dad. That's my whole goal in life. I'll be a little guy and be a dad. I'm a ladle hungry. All right, let me get out of the way. Oh, my horns are in the way. I'm a ladle hungry. Like a little? You accept me as your VTuber dad? Perfect. Let's go, dude. Hell yes. Yo, rag out? Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I'm a ladle hungry. What is this? I don't know what these are. I'm getting stuff, but I don't know what I'm doing. Wet gob. Wets? Stew. Okay. Gumbo, then. Okay, there's stews. There's soups. Pot roast, maybe? One pot. One pot. One pot. Food's made in one pot. Okay. Goulash is what this was. I kept trying to do ghoul. Goulash. Jambalaya. Jambalaya. Is that not it? Oh, there it is. I was forgetting the M. And then chili. Oh, I love chili. I love soups. I'm big soup fan, big one pot food fan. Look, I don't know why I was ignoring the M. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right, so we had I'm a ladle hungry. Ha ha ha. I get it. Like a soup ladle. Like the one we were smashing kids' skulls with in Little Nightmares 2. Absolutely crazy part of that game, I have to say. We had one pot, and then you have goulash, jambalaya with the M, chili, tagine, maybe? Rag out, stew, and gumbo. I don't know what rag out is. Rag out. Oh, it's a stew. Okay. Okay, I see. Wet gob, yeah. And then what was the other one? Oh, tagine? I don't know if I'm saying this right. Oh, it is a stew. It's also a stew. They're like all stews, it looks like. Whoa. Wow. Wow, you zowie wowie. Wowie zowie? Is that it? Oh shit. The music. Alright, what's the word of the day? No, not race stew. That's so cursed. Ah. No eating. No eating me. Obviate. Obviate. This is where the spell, if anyone's a Harry Potter fan or was, prior to recent last 10 years changes, this is where obliviate comes from, I think. To obviate something is to anticipate and prevent it. Nope, never mind, I'm wrong. To make an action unnecessary. Oh, maybe. You get rid of something and prevent it, I guess. Can I say it's a verb? The new medical treatment obviates the need for surgery. Oh, it prevents something. It's like a preventative measure. I see. Obviate. Obviate. What about Obvi7? Huh? Obvi6? Obvi5? Alright, I am in the way again. I'm always in the way. Ugh. Alright, Piss. Welcome back. I hope your food went well, Carl. Unless you're still working on it. Touch. Draw? Scorn. Bottom right. I think this might just be drill. Bottom left. Yo, let's go. Okay. Stamp. Top left. Oh, let's go. Let's go. I feel the game keeps harassing you with the penis comments. And crown? No. No O there. W-O-R, that works. Oh, there's an E. There's an E. Sorry, I didn't even see the E. It is cower then. Okay. Let's go. Easy. Oh, a cat. Yo, I can't wait to see the cat. Let's go. We love cats. We love cats. All right, stamp, drill, cower, and scorn. We blazed through all of these games. Maybe I need to play a game first, and then I'll be better at the silly games. We played a real game, and then now the silly games, we're killing it. All right, and the Pokédoll. Let me scoot way over for the Pokédoll. There we go. Alright. Who's that Pokemon? Arcanine's our best guess right now. Let's go. Okay, they're a double type. They are Sage 2, though. That's all we got that. Not orange, not yellow, not fire. I'm tempted to guess Venomoth again. Oh, Tentacruel? Tentacruel I'm down for. I think they might be considered yellow, though. We'll see. Blue-red. Bro, there's way more yellow on that guy than red. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, also they're double type. I forgot about that. Venusaur also won't work for the same reason, unfortunately. They are poison, and I think they're poison grass. Oh wait, no, we do have two types. Never mind. So we have two types, just not fire, not water, not poison. But yeah, unfortunately, I think Venusaur is poison. We could go electric. You're poison weed boy, exactly. I think Venomoth is poison, right? No blue, no red, no orange, no yellow. No poison, no water, no fire. So electric, probably. If a stoner says your ass is grass, is that a threat or a compliment? Yes. Yes to all of the above. Kind of tempted to go Machoke. Fuck, dude. Okay, they are found in the mountains. They're kind of a small guy, it seems like. Smaller Pokemon. They're probably green, gray, white, brown. Graveler? Graveler's not a bad guess. Yo! Is that it? Oh, let's go! Killer guess steals. Look at him with all his fucking hands, dude. Nice. Great guess. Oh, wait, where'd you say it? I must have missed it before, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, I missed it. The chat just, I fucking was not looking, my bad. You totally had it then. That's on me. Look, you know, I was trying to keep everyone on the edge of their seat, you know? Oh, that's a Magikarp. I love a Magikarp. That's my favorite boy. Let's go! That's a sick Magikarp art card. Look, there's a bunch of Gyarados in the back and shit. That's cool as hell. Oh, best art, though. Best art. He might only be able to splash, but his art's so fucking cool. Graveler's hands make me want to contact HR. Damn, dude. It's not his fault he has so many of them. He's just ready to grab stuff. He's trying to be helpful. He can open so many drawers at the same time, grab things off of shelves at the same time. The Blank of Galar often have beautiful and delicate voices. Some of these Pokemon have even gathered a fan base. It's gotta be a Jigglypuff, right? No. I almost want to say a Jinx. Clefairy? Not Clefable. I feel like okay. Often beautiful voices. I kind of want to say Jinx. Jinx! Oh! Right? He could have had more hands. Oh, God, I gotta just start guessing the immediate thing I think of. You thought it was Jigglytuff? That's funny. Is it, isn't there an evolution? Is Jigglytuff the thing later? I swear there's one. That's something similar, right? A Jigglytuff, I think, is what it is. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? A Wiggly. Oh, it's a Wigglytuff. That's what it becomes. Spider Rock Golem would be lit. Who's that Pokemon? Something with creepy hands. It's some sort of, I feel like, oh, maybe a Paris? Ah, it is a Paris. Yeah, I'm surprised there's actually not more spider Pokemon. That feels like a good fit. Oh, look at that little guy. So cute. So cute. All right. Narutoddle time. Okay, hold on. We have to see. Can we do it? I think we can today. I think I checked earlier. Oh, okay. Pre where I'm at. Let's go. Okay, male, probably Konohag. Let's be honest. Not a Jinchuriki. No KK Genkai. They know ninjutsu and taijutsu. That's a lot of people, actually. That's a lot of the Konoha 12, to be honest. I don't think I know about Paris. Oh no, that's cursed. Or maybe I know and I've just forgotten it. Okay. It could be Guy, actually. Guy maybe not a bad guess. He knows ninjutsu and taijutsu. Oh. Oh, right. He only knows ninjutsu and taijutsu. That's my bad. They do have an attribute. Okay, well, the attributes then are like medical nin, missing nin. But this is not missing nin because they're only Konoha. And then Sage, I think? They show up after Chunin exams. I think Jiraiya shows up during Chunin exams. I don't think Jiraiya knows taijutsu, but it might be a good guess. Yeah, only ninjutsu, that's what I thought. Oh, they are a sage. They're a sage and something else. And yeah, he does show up during the Chunin exams, that's what I thought. When he evolves, the parasite mushrooms on his back take over and turn him into a zombie. What? I didn't know that. Oh, that's why they become a big mushroom. That's so sad. No. I hate the cursed Pokemon knowledge. There's too much of it, too. Bro, who else is like... Yo, Imagine Dragon 6000. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Howdy, howdy. Yo, 6,000 dragons is crazy to imagine. Also, that's crazy, dude. Alright, male Konoha. They know ninjutsu. They have to know genjutsu too, right, then? And they're a sage? I would say the only other sage from... Well, not... No, Konoha's not... Orochimaru's not a sage. He's a Sannin, right? Along with Tsunade. But I don't think... the music is not helping. Yeah, some Pokemon have really curseful. Yeah. That's why eyes are lifeless when you evolve. No. This could be a frog, maybe? I know the frogs make people sages, but are they sages? It might be Old Frogman. Old Frogman does hit a genjutsu. Yo! Oh, the old frog guy! Yo, let's go. Fukasaku. I never know the names. I just go the frogs. Gamachikichi is one of them. He's the red one. Alright, nice Naruto. Nice Naruto. Also, I know that guy probably left already, but the Imagine Dragons dude tried to make an Imagine Dragon these nuts joke, but the fucking Twitch filter caught it, so I just deleted it. Oh, so funny, dude. So funny. I just saw that, I went, nah, dog. Well, the auto filter caught it, and I went, yeah, deny that shit. So funny. So funny. Also, we didn't help at all. That's fair. Look, the Naruto's mostly for me. To BH. I love a Naruto. I just love Naruto so much. Alright, those are all of the oddles. Autobot got once mad at you for saying finger food? Yeah, that checks out. I'm not surprised. Autobot's so inconsistent. So inconsistent. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Alright, yo. It is time for me to wrap up. It's time for me to finally get some food in me. I'm gonna go have a sandwich and then probably go pick up my ramen in a little bit. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed Little Nightmares. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what we'll be doing. Maybe we start a new horror game. I have Visage. I don't know. We'll see. We'll probably start a horror game. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. I do appreciate it. Make sure you get some food, get some water, stretch your legs. Have a snack, you know, take care of yourselves. Congrats on making it to the weekend. It's finally here, I know. Have a good start to your weekend. Yeah, of course, of course. Thanks for hanging out with me, y'all. I really do appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow in the morning. Earlier than we started today. I don't know what we'll be doing. Like I said, probably more speed games. And I will hopefully see y'all tomorrow, but if not, I will see y'all when I see you as usual. So take care, stay safe until then. Yeah, see you next stream. Oh, Bess, oh, she don't say that. That's too soft. That's too cute. But thank you, actually. Thank you. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, y'all. I hope you guys enjoyed the little nightmare stream. Thanks for playing them all with me as we played the last week or so. We will start, like I said, I think we're gonna start maybe Visage, or the other one I was thinking of is the next Little Nightmares one or whatever. Not sorry, not Little Nightmares. That's what we've just played. The anthology one. Dark Pictures anthology. We haven't played the last one yet. I think that's like the H.H. Holmes one, so maybe that. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah, either way, I will see y'all tomorrow early. I will hopefully see y'all there, but if not, I will see y'all when I see y'all. Have a good weekend. It's a good start to your weekend. Orc massage? No. I saw one of my friends by that on Steam once though, and that was fucking hilarious. Orc massager stimulator, dude. Wild. But yeah, take care. Stay safe. Take care of yourself. Have a good rest of your time zone. Have a good swim, and I shall hopefully see y'all soon. Goodbye. Stay safe. I will catch you on the flip side. Take care. Goodbye. Thanks for spending time with me. I'm gonna go massage orcs.